You're so fast on the straight and slow on the corner. I guess that's attractive. Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. How is everyone tonight? Hi, Kat. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Let me see if my volume's just down.
Hello.
That's better.
Okay.
All right. Got folks giving memberships and all kinds of cool stuff tonight. Is the volume good, guys?
Can you hear me?
Anyone? Can we hear
Nope.
Kat?
Nope. Okay.
I can hear you fine. All right, good. Volume sounds, I guess, sounds pretty good. All right, guys. How is everyone? Looks like we got a lot of members. Memberships are being gifted. I don't have it set yet so that when you become a membership, it shows in the chat, but it does show over on my screen here, which is small. Sorry. So welcome the new members as they become available. It's awesome. And yeah, Kat, anything new and exciting today? You just barely got here in time.
Yep, I made it. Well, have you heard about how all of the feminine products have been for at least 20, 30 years found to contain high amounts of heavy metals, lead, and arsenic? So that could kind of probably be a really good reason why all the women are crazy.
Interesting. I did see where we got Nicholas Clinton has become a new member. Lots of new members. Kat has a new hairdo is the comment.
No, this is what it's like when I don't do anything to it. This is the mess.
So that's all natural. That's what you're saying.
All messy.
All messy. All right. Cool enough. All right. So, Kat forgot to put her face on. I don't think she ever puts a face on. It's weird. So, did you see that Baldwin has had all of the charges dismissed against him? Or at least a manslaughter charge. I don't know about all of them.
Was that still from when he shot someone?
Yeah, it's just now gotten actually gotten in front of a judge. Obviously, they delayed. Really, they were trying to delay, I think, until the movie was finished, because there was a real potential for him to go to, the bad place, jail and stuff. Soul Hunter, the original, has become a member. That's cool. I like that. So, thanks for all the gifted memberships, guys. That's awesome. Good job. Like it. So yeah, I guess some more information came out about the case that maybe wasn't known during the original case or something. I don't know that it matters much. And yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I didn't look into it. I think it was an accident, so he probably shouldn't do anything.
It's kind of an accident, but kind of not. Anson Knowles is starting out spicy tonight. Yes, he was. Devin Anderson has become a member. Awesome, dude. That's true. Actually, he shot the cinematographer, but he was the director, so he didn't get shot. So the prosecution suppressed evidence? What? That never happens. They suppressed evidence? I got to look into this. I'm going to have to it would still be manslaughter if it's accident via negligence. So for all of the charges to be dismissed is weird. Does sound political and very interesting. Very, very interesting. So we're going to have a guest in a little later, probably in the next, 15 minutes or so. And then we may actually have, depending on how long Cheeks can survive, it's past his bedtime. And he's doing the show with Mason tonight from whatever. He's doing a show on Rumble with Mason. So when all 8 of his listeners have asked their questions, he can come over here and talk to us, I guess. So we'll see. I don't like Rumble that much. I actually have quit streaming to Rumble. I used to stream the shows to Rumble as well, but it's not worth it. There's no benefit to doing it. It's just something to do, I guess. Yeah. So what have you done, Kat? What have you done today? What did you do today? Did you do anything worth doing?
No, I played video games.
With your daughter?
I wished, but by myself.
You play video games by yourself?
Yeah, we all do. We were all playing video games.
You were all playing video games individually?
Yeah.
You weren't trying to beat each other up?
Nope.
Oh, I mean, that's the best part of playing video games with my kid is I get to just destroy him. Builds character. Wait, are we talking video games or is Legendary right? Are we talking Sims?
Well, I mean, I play The Sims. I don't know what they play.
What part of that is a game? You're just playing dolls.
No,
you just haven't stopped playing with dolls.
Well, maybe not. Well, I'm fine with that.
You're okay with it?
I think of it as playing God.
You're playing dolls. You're still playing dolls.
Whatever. But it's the adult version. I mean, like, isn't that what God does? Isn't he playing dolls too?
Isn't the average age of like a sim player like 12 or something?
I think it's like 30.
30?
Yeah.
Oh man, we have a lot of work to do, folks. So much work to do. Thanks to all the guys who are becoming members. It's every time you hear that buzz, that's somebody becoming a member. I don't know actually if you can hear it. I can hear it. Somebody just messaged me, which requires my attention. So, yeah, he's probably going to be like 15 or 20 minutes before we get the guy on. So we'll have some time to talk about stuff like Sims. Why aren't you playing like Pirates of the Caribbean or Legend of Zelda or something that has a point?
The point is I get to design a world and the people in it. It's fun. That's all. And it's relaxing. You can't lose. And I also play with mods. So like every now and then there's a serial killer that comes and kills everybody. And it's fun. It's a good time.
You put a serial killer in your Sims game?
Yes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can also put zombies in it and kill everybody.
It's just very strange. Very strange.
It is what it is.
This is disconcerting. This is what about demons? Do you have demons in your Sims?
No, unless you count the zombies, but no.
But you would, I mean, you're a demon person. Why do you not have
Demon
demons?
person. Oh my gosh. Oh, I do have. You remember that Catch Me Outside girl?
Cash Me Outside. What was her name? It was something weird.
Bad Barbie. I don't remember her real name.
Yeah, bad Bobby.
Yeah.
Danielle.
Something.
The fuck was that? Danielle. I think it started with like an R.
I don't know.
I can't remember. Danielle. Whatever. What about her?
Well, there's a mod on The Sims where you can add her to the game and then you have to shoot her.
Oh, no, I like that.
Yeah, and she just keeps saying that line over and over, and you have to like keep shooting at her.
She beat her boyfriend up recently, or he beat her up? I mean, she did tell him to cash her outside. Get what you get. Danielle. Fuck. My brain is like whatever.
It's not important.
Obviously it wasn't, or I would remember it. Brigoli, that's what it was. Like every time I see that Spicoli guy, I think about the Bad Bobby girl. That or Spicoli from obviously the reference to Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which you probably didn't see.
Nope.
We got a super chat rolling in. Where's my super chat? Oh man. And anyway, yeah, so that's interesting. I had an interesting thing happen today. That was it's kind of a blast from the past. So I think I told you that in my job, I very frequently had people that just kind of hated me, right?
No,
And
never.
yeah, it's weird.
Hated you? Hated you?
Hated me. And so I had a friend of mine, and he was based in Colorado. He's a nice guy, but he was kind of a leftist. He pretended to be a libertarian kind of guy. He was a leftist. Before I go any further, Solid Snake, thanks for the $5 dono. Chat, pump those likes up. That's right. Let's get the likes up. Like, subscribe if you aren't. Push the notification and share, and I don't know, the buttons. Do the button thing with the buttons. Do that. You know, I'm old. So anyway. So this guy, you know, and so he had an RX-7, and he had it to a bunch of different places. That could not make it run. Brought it to me. I had it running in like 5 minutes. Like, not even kidding. It shocked him. Like it was absolutely hilarious how fast I got it to run. And it was literally a 5-minute gig. And then he left it with me to do a bunch of work, and then I gave it back to him, and he enjoyed it for a while, and then it needed more work. And by that time, I was bouncing between Colorado and California, and most of the time I was unfortunately I had to be at the shop in California because the shop in California was just a pain in the dick. It was hard to find a manager that wouldn't steal from me or wasn't side working me to death or whatever. You know, like the management was always a problem at that shop, and I had to spend a lot of time out there. So he sent the car out to me in California, and I had to do a bunch of, like, the turbo was blown up, and there's a bunch of stuff that had to be done. So I fixed it, and I got it running. It was really running well, and then I needed to deliver it back to him. I put it in my truck and trailer. My truck and trailer got broken into, and I think they saw the car in there. They stole a bunch of stuff, but I think they saw the car in there, and so I came out, saw that they had broken into it. You know, my wife made me put insurance on it that day because I didn't have insurance on the trailer. And I had to replace the ignition. They tried to steal the truck by breaking the ignition switch. and I replaced that, and I just fixed everything, and I thought everything was okay. That night they came back and they stole the truck and trailer and the car, and so the car was gone forever. It took a month to find my truck, and it only took about 2 weeks to find the trailer because it was a 53-foot long, bright red trailer. Like, you can see that fucking thing from space. And, but they destroyed the trailer, destroyed the truck, and the car disappeared. So he was paid out $25,000 for insurance on the car. That car was worth maybe 17, 18 grand. But he was able to provide some comps that got him 25 grand for the car. And I was like, yeah, it sucks your car is gone, but I mean, hey, you got 25 grand out of it, right? And you go buy another. And he didn't go buy another one. He did some stuff, and he kind of, I wouldn't say he wasted the money, but he did not spend the money as wisely as I think most people would have. And he didn't replace the car. So fast forward about a year. Yeah, probably about a year and a half. And I'm actually moving at that point from California to Tennessee, and moving all the stuff from the house out there to Nashville. I wasn't actually technically moving because I was already more or less in Tennessee, but I had to move the house. And I'm on the road. I can't remember if we were at a campground or a hotel or what. My son was with me. He thought it was a great time. He, loves road trips, loved being out on the highway and all that, seeing the country. This guy calls me up. And I shit you not. He asked me, hey, since the car was stolen and on your property and everything, I'm sure you got paid out insurance, which I didn't. And I just feel like that, the 25 grand I got for my car doesn't really compensate me for my loss. I have this MX-5, and I know you were racing them, and I was hoping that you could maybe throw me some parts or something like that, or maybe some money, just to, kind of make it right. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean make it right? You were paid $25,000 in cash. I got 12 grand on my $40,000 trailer, and I got nothing from my truck wasn't even insured at that point. So it's like, I got fucked and you got paid. Why are you coming to me for money? I'm like, dude, forget it. I'm not playing your game. And he kind of got miffed about it. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? This is weird. But I kind of put it behind me. And then the more I actually started paying attention to what he said on Facebook and online and in the various group chats and forums and things like that pertaining to the cars. And I came to the conclusion that he was a leftist fuck. And I blocked him on most forms of social media. I don't want to, again, I have such a zero tolerance level for this bullshit that I don't care to listen to it. Right. So, I think he's gone around and told people that he thinks I stole his car and can get it back for him or some shit. I don't know. But today there's a fellow who is, he made a thread about doing some tuning or something like that. And I don't like the guy. He's in Oklahoma. He's a moron. And the guy whose RX-7 disappeared pops up in that thread saying, I really wish I could find my car. I really wish I had my car back or something like that. And somebody else, and that guy replies back, that I'm a verified thief. And I'm like, oh, you motherfuckers. The problem is that I'm blocked and I can't see that in theory. I have spies that tell me shit. And so I'm just trying to figure out how to deal with this nonsense of somebody going around saying that I fucking stole this guy's car when I'm the one that fucking lost. And I told the guy too, I'm like, dude, I lost my ass on this deal to help your ass out. Like I didn't even actually make anything on this gig really at all. So I'm going to have to figure out what to do about this, but it's probably not going to be very pleasant.
Can you sue him?
It's a private group. I don't know. I'm not supposed to know it happened. So,
Well, can the person who told you that it happened?
Oh yeah. No, and the guys that are so the interesting thing is that these guys are like the bottom of the fucking barrel anyway. They've all been accused of stealing or blowing up somebody's car or doing, charging for work that they didn't actually perform. I mean, literally everyone in this group of people, they don't like me because I call them out on that bullshit. And they will say that, well, you did too. And I'm like, no, I didn't do that. Like, that's not what happened. And so I don't know. I got to figure it out. I want to do something.
This sounds like a very feminine problem. The reputation.
It does, right? Like,
yeah.
What is wrong with these men? These men are not being men. As a matter of fact, that's a great, liberals, fucking leftist motherfuckers.
I mean, you could do passive aggressive stuff, make a big public post.
What I need to do is I need to have somebody post in that. Say, unfortunately, I'm not doing business anymore. What I should do is I should have somebody say, I was going to have that guy do me a custom engine and you guys persuaded me from doing it. And 3 or 4 more people agree and say, I wouldn't have that guy touch my car either. And then sue him for libel, like CEO says. See, that would just print that off, take it to court, done deal. I can always use an extra 20, 30 grand, so beer money. I don't drink beer though. What do I do with beer money if I don't drink? What is that? What is that then? It's a weird thing for grown ass men. And this is something that happened. I mean, this happened like 2014. This is fucking almost 10 years ago that this guy's still got sand in his pussy about.
I mean, does anything he says matter? Do the people he's talking to that actually believe him, do they matter in the grand
Don't matter to me at all. I wouldn't have known. I literally would not have known. It had to be pointed out to me. Actually, Ryan Heinrich, who came on here, he's the one that pointed out to me. There's always drama in these communities. It's really fucking hilarious. So,
women everywhere.
Yeah, keep the grift up. Ghost 1978 is more grift money. Keep the grift up, guys. I'm actually not grifting. I just want to be paid for my time. That's all. I invest time, effort. I don't really care to get paid for the equipment and stuff I buy. That's cost of doing business, but a little something for the effort. Yeah, be good. Someday Kat needs to get paid. Her husband will be overjoyed. So overjoyed, Kat. He will be overjoyed. Somebody beeped in. Who the fuck is talking? Whatever. Obviously was not important because I can't find it now. And again, who the fuck is messaging me? So weird. Somebody's messaging me, but I can't find it. Oh, there we go. Anyway, that was interesting today. There's always drama going on in the community. I'm actually surprised Kevin isn't in here because he was part of it as well. Kevin last week. I think Kevin trolls just for the drama. So.
Oh, do you have any topics for tonight?
We have a guest that'll be here in a few minutes, and then we're gonna talk about some cool stuff.
All right.
We're actually gonna go into dating again tonight and some other things, that you might actually stay awake for.
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. So earlier in the Discord, we were having a nice discussion about, and we may get into this with the fellow when he comes in, but earlier in the Discord, one of the things that we were talking about was how, men, all of the hypergamy and all of that, how, and especially, men that follow the red pill, in my opinion, red pill leads to either nihilism or it's like 80% go to nihilism and maybe 20% actually go into the success realm. And it's a very clear reason as to why, right? Because you're told that if you do X, you will get Y. But when that doesn't happen, it basically destroys your worldview, right? Like you've done all of these things, especially when people pump you up. And I guess maybe I should lay out the framework first, right? So the way a lot of the red pill operators operate is they say, hey, I don't care if you're a fat tub of lard and you're not good looking and you really don't have any prospects in life. You basically drive a truck for a living or whatever, and you're not going to become a CEO. You're not going to drive a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, and you're just not going to do it. I understand you're not going to do all that, but if you follow my book or you buy my program or you subscribe to my dietary tips every day for a mere $400 a month, you can slay. And so what, and I'm being a little bit facetious here, but not by much. And so what happens is the guys do that, right? Because they want to succeed, and they're told that red pill can help make you succeed. And yeah, obviously, Wally, you have to shave your arms. That's just it's a non-starter if you don't shave your arms. So when this doesn't happen, they go to narcissism, right? That's kind of the only place they can go. When really what should be being said, and I was talking to right, yeah, that's right. No, I said that, Cam. Buy my $800 $2,000 program, you'll be killing clam daily. I like that. I'm going to use that from now on, killing clam. Yeah, that's why Brian won't go down on women. You knew that, right? Brian doesn't eat pussy.
Brian's a little. I'm on the fence with him. I mean, come on.
Brian, you know why?
He's OCD. He's got a lot of issues.
Yeah, it's okay. He's OCD. Do you know why he won't eat pussy? He's afraid of dying from a bad clam.
I mean,
bad seafood.
That's just gross.
A lot of people die from seafood poisoning.
I mean, look, if I was a dude at this point, knowing what I know, I'd be terrified to touch a woman. But whatever.
Yeah. Don't do that. Anyway, so red pill generically ends up leading to nihilism. When what really they should be saying is just do the best you can, get as far as you can get, and better yourself, which is actually what it does say is, better yourself. But if you better yourself, then you can maybe pull, maybe that normally you'd be able to pull a 3.5, but now because you worked on yourself, you're pulling a 4, 4.5, maybe a 5, right? Because some people just need to admit that they're fucking ugly and they're destined to marry someone that's fucking ugly. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. You're going to have a great life together being fucking ugly together. It's no problem.
It's not just that.
I'm not particularly handsome. So that's my lot in life, is to not be not particularly handsome. Right? And that's fine. Right? So
everybody wants the 10. They think there's a magic formula that's going to get them that 10. It's like, well, if you're the 10, then you get the 10. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked.
I don't know that it's that simple because, and I made this point earlier as well. So let's say that you are a legit 5 dude. And
but looks are not how we judge men. That's
Right.
how we
But
judge
let's say
women.
that, right, I understand. Let's say you're a legit 5 dude.
Mhm.
You work on yourself. You trim down, you get jacked. You learn how to cut your beard so you look cool. Or maybe you don't wear a beard because it makes you look like a hill jack or something like that. Like I would if I wore a beard, I'd look like a hill jack. You know, you get a haircut. You learn how to dress when you're not working. You do all of these things, right? And you're playing in that 8 to 9 range, right? And you're still still a 5, okay, technically, but you're playing up. You're punching up. You're punching up. Why would you want an 8 or 9 woman who probably maybe not doesn't have the best character? Let's just say that maybe they're not like the coolest people out there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they're not particularly, maybe fidelity is low on their list of attributes, you know, or maybe because they've been hot their whole lives, they just assume they can have any man they want. Why would you want that? Why would you want that woman? What advantage does that gain you in life? Other than just saying that, hey, I bang a hot wife every night. But at some point, she's probably going to divorce your ass and take all your shit because she's a hot chick. So it's an interesting dynamic, right? Do you have any commentary?
For me?
Yeah, give me one. Let me read this and then you can comment. Solid snake, but 304 on whatever said everyone is a 10. They always say that. They're all delusional and they're on drugs. So, you know, you can't, you know, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I can't accept this as an answer. Sloppy 304s. That's what they are. What's up, Slop?
Howdy, Grid.
How are you?
Good. Just got out of the shower. I'm exhausted. Drove 3 hours back home.
Why did you do that?
I was on vacation and my car broke down, so had to go
That's
get
always
it,
fun.
bring it back.
There's two of me.
Yeah, both StreamYard expert over here.
No, I derailed the conversation. I'm putting together a travel kit because I'm going to be in Vegas next week. And so I won't have all of this as a studio. So to make sure that I can achieve almost the same effect, I have a second camera. Look at that. Yeah, weird. It's me. It's a lot of me. So much me.
You muted yourself.
There we go. All right.
There we go.
And I'm just having fun. Yeah, I did mute because there's no sound on that one. So that's how that works. It's just an extra camera in this feature. There's no mute. There's no sound on that one. Anyway, I also have a third camera. Where's the other camera? Hang on. Oh, that's not it. That's the wrong button. Keep going. Keep talking. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know.
What do you think about that, Kat?
Okay. Well,
what about ugly women? What about ugly men marrying super hot women?
Money.
Well, I mean, people focus too much on looks where they are the entry. That's what you need to get into the game. Yes, I agree. You either need money as a man or looks as a female. But then we got to look at the personality, how they are to be around, their morals, and you got to do all those things. So a 10 can go down to a 0 for a man or a woman really quickly if they lack a lot of other areas.
I totally agree.
It is what it is. Like life is so complicated. It's not just looks. It's not just because you can be out of shape, but super funny and charismatic, and you'll get lots of women. You could be in shape, decent money, and super funny and get lots of women. You could be, there's combinations we don't talk about. There's combinations. And if you have enough in that combination, you can pretty much get whoever you want. It's just most people are lacking in every single area across the board now. Everyone. And they might have one area and they're like, this is it. I deserve all of this because I excelled in one tiny piece of, the puzzle. Just this section. Don't look at everything here that I have never worked on and is a mess.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that for women to attract a fairly high attractiveness female, they really only need one outstanding quality?
No, to attract is attract is fine, but you cannot retain the same. And retaining is winning. Attracting that's the
attracting. You can walk down the street, and go, you can still attract a man as a woman.
So
exactly, it's low quality.
So what I'm saying is, it's like a dude that's like super nerd, like rock star nerd, like the kind of nerd that nerds dream of being,
will be a 10 for a lot of people.
Is right. Like he has a higher. He's got that one thing, just that one thing.
But it's not just one thing, because you think a super rock star nerd is just smart. It's not that one thing. He's a rock star nerd because other
series of quantities.
He's excelled in a hierarchy of the other nerds. So he's got to the top of a dominance hierarchy, which women are like, oh yeah, he's the best in this. They want to brag about something. My dude is the best at this.
What you got for that grid?
Women need to keep their mouth shut and not be bragging about anything. That's what's up.
What are you telling you about? That's what women bragging do. About
shit. That's foolishness. That's
guys brag about how hot the girl is.
Send you back to the farm.
Well, she's talking about bragging to other women. She's not like in general.
I know. I get it. But so I have a buddy of mine. We'll call him David. Actually, we'll call him Johnny Quest because that's what I called him when he was a kid. And so this dude actually, in my opinion, I thought this dude was going to marry like exceedingly well. He when we were growing up, we were really good friends growing up. Lived right down the street from each other. Went to the same school most of the time, not all the time, until I went to military school. In high school, but we diverted in several areas. Like I did BMX, he did road bikes. I was cool. He was like super geek, kind of nerdy guy. Both play guitar, but he was like really deep into the math of it and the all of the like. He took it to the like weird levels, and I kept it like I just want to play guitar so I can pick up chicks at parties, and so. Well, but obviously he was a pretty fit dude. He biked, he did road bikes. So he was like always on that damn bike. Kind of funny. We called him Johnny Quest because he'd ask a million fucking questions, technical questions about random shit. I remember we were in a bike shop and he would was wanting to know like the fork angle and compared to the steering geometry and all kind. And the guy selling the bike was like, "Do you want the bike or not?" Like, what the fuck? Obviously you know this shit, so why am I answering your questions? So anyway, he was class president one year, and I honestly thought that this dude was probably going to marry pretty damn well. He also was very comfortable around women. He had 2 sisters. I think his brother was gay. Don't hold that against him. But it was an older brother. And so I always thought this dude, I'm sorry.
Does that make it better? That's his older brother?
It is. I don't know. I'm just accuracy matters, man. Accuracy. Yeah. That's the one thing. Accuracy matters. So I always thought this dude was going to marry well. He is never married. As a matter of fact, if he's dated in this decade, I actually would be shocked. I'm just saying. Like he had all of the qualifications to actually marry pretty well. I don't know that he dated much at all. I don't know why. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Might be the difference between high school and real life. Happens
Could
to
be.
a lot of people.
Yeah, it happens to a lot of people. Yeah. Well, college too. He went to college in like Alabama somewhere. So
Yeah, college is a lot of the same as high school. You can write off the basics.
Johnny Quest did not succeed in his quest. He's a super cool dude though, and I mean, I talk to him every once in a while. He quotes Bible verses all the time. Ask me how I am with my God. It's a little odd, to be honest, but it's okay. I got it. Yeah, it was really interesting. Really, really weird deal. If anyone had bet watching us grow up, they would 100% believe that I would never get married, and that dude would have been married at like 21. Rolling straight through life. Just saying, it's how it is. But you have to wonder. I mean, it even if a guy has most of the qualities that you just talked about, it doesn't ensure success at all.
Okay, what dominance hierarchy was he on the top of?
Like fit nerd, I guess.
Was he on the top of it, or at least close?
Oh, I'm sure he was pretty fucking close. I mean, he was fucking Mensa kid. I mean, that dude was fucking smart.
Okay. Mensa kids always have a problem. They're a little on the spectrum, and they tend, on average, not to make a lot of money.
This
serious.
was before there was a
lot
spectrum. There was no spectrum back then. It was just you were fucking good in math. There was no fucking spectrum. It's like geometry. Are we talking about geometry spectrum? Angles and shit.
What is this?
I don't know. I'm making shit up as I go along. I'm just having fun with Kat. See, Kat was exceedingly bored the other night, and because we were talking politics, and we will not talk politics tonight if possible. We'll keep it to kind of dating stuff. But I know. Well, we might get into it later. But yeah, I don't know. It had all of the signs of success. Never had the success. Personally, knowing him, if I had to guess, I would say that he has an exceptionally hard time actually talking to women about going out. Like it's too easy for him to be their friend, to be the mentor, to be the smart guy they know, to be the helpful guy they know. He's like every dude they ever wanted. Just not that guy. If you get what I mean.
Sounds like a classic example of hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
Right. That's what. Yeah.
I mean, you can't get mad at women if they don't get approached.
Why? Who am I saying? Who's saying we're mad? There's no mad. There's no anger here. If I want to be mad at women for something, I would be like, I don't know. I could come up with something better than that. I'm sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, I could. I could definitely come up with something better.
Are you a misogynist, Grid? Is that what you're telling us right now?
Yeah. Yeah, what about it?
Based.
I don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand the problem. I mean, is there a problem?
No, I was just wondering.
Felt like I understood that. So Kat, did you ever what was the approach that typically worked with you and your friends? Was it the nerdy, nervous, geeky approach? Was it the Rico Suave approach? I mean, you were after all in Miami. Was it, hey, my dog's missing. Can you help me look? I mean, what worked? What's the deal? What do you got going on for me?
I mean, if I go off of my experience only,
Oh boy.
it's not that. It's not what you want. It's not like red pill approved ways. It's actually
We're not
everything they
talking
say.
about red pill.
Don't do it.
I think red pill's kind of weird, but anyway.
It is weird. But anyways,
Thanks for the additional 5 gifted subs, Solid Snake. He's just throwing those things out there. You get a sub, and you get a sub. I got some cool new emojis. You have to go play with the emojis, Kat. Oh, there's some cool ones in there. The sausage emoji is quite good. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Okay. So the first one was my best friend, and then I hit on him. So that doesn't really count. That's against every dating type guru's approach. It's like, don't be friends with them. Whatever. The second one was a friend of a friend. So he was in the group. And it took him like maybe 2 years to approach me.
That's what they would call social circle game.
Yeah. So having friends is what seems to work, in my opinion, what I've noticed. If you have a big group of friends, males, females, and they bring new males and new females, and you hang out a lot, that's normally how people used to do it back in the 1800s when I was dating. And then let's see. And my husband, I met on like the internet. And I messaged him.
The internet, huh? Dating site?
Like, okay, I told you I'm old. Friendster.
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
Don't worry about it, child. It's from the
Whoa!
olden days.
Wow! Wow! Now we get the spiciness.
But yeah,
I am a grown man.
Like, I am a grown up. You're gonna make him cry, Kat. Don't do that. Why would you do that? He's a perfectly nice young man.
I will drink a beer right now. Proof I'm.
what?
Yes, that's how that works.
Yeah, Andrew does that enough for everybody.
True. Yeah, I don't need to drink. Andrew does it enough for all of us.
Actually, I think he's cut back because I've noticed he's drinking a lot more water and vodka. So
he's cut back. He just drinks vodka now.
Yeah, I mean, wait, no, but he's cut back on beer.
Yeah.
So
he hasn't cut back on the cigarettes. Tell you that for sure.
I don't count, so I don't know. Maybe.
I don't count either.
Plenty of Fish. That's. I forgot about Plenty of Fish.
That still exists. Friendster doesn't even exist anymore. I actually don't even know what that is.
It doesn't matter. It was before your
It's
time.
okay. Just calm down. Calm down.
But yeah,
It's
but
okay.
basically, I don't know anyone who was approached with game that actually ended up anywhere. I've never met people like this that like go, "Hey, hot lady, how you doing?" Or I've never seen that. Does that even happen? That seems weird. If somebody approaches any of my girlfriends, they scream at them and they immediately threaten them.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because it's always like
Stranger danger grid.
Stranger danger, or like you're trying to traffic them, or like
Why do you have 40-year-old women? That is crazy.
Not now, obviously, when I was younger, but like what are you like? Why are you coming up to people? It's weird. You have to be introduced via one of our trusted friends. That's why you need to sadly be friends with women. Even though you can't be friends with women, you need to be friends with women when you're dating, when you're single.
I have to be honest here. There's a lot of bad energy here. Like, this is. You made me say energy.
Is it bad vibes?
Oh no.
We're not. No, we don't go there. It's bad enough I had to say energy. Interesting.
Your vibrations are off. You're not vibrating at the optimal frequency. Oh no. I broke grid.
Women are all about the vibrations, that's for sure, guaranteed.
Oh no, grid.
Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing that keeps going in my mind is, does anybody happen to know what the vibrations of Hitachi are?
Who?
You know what a Hitachi is?
Nope, you've lost us both. We need a Hitachi explanation.
It is a high-end sexual
Oh,
device.
motherfucker.
Thank goodness we don't know that.
This is
Talking about.
this half of the screen. This half of the screen are
How do you not?
We are innocent.
are innocent. We're pure. Oh no. we
Yeah,
broke again.
whatever. Okay, all right, whatever.
I'm just sad I completely failed doing that.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. All right. It's a tear right there. There's one. You see it? There, I'm going to wipe that out of there.
Cooler
I weep for the
humor.
youth. I weep for the youth. No, actually, it's probably good you don't know what it is, but, you know, it's fine. Look, see? You see? I'm not the only one laughing at you.
Ghost is old too. Look, it says 1978.
All right. This is I would say this is going in the wrong direction. However, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway.
Was there a direction to begin with, really?
Yeah, Hitachi's OG degen, according to Anson Knowles. What did you want to talk about tonight, Slop? I'm sorry. You came in the middle of us being hilariously not hilarious.
I don't even remember. I got kicked out of my I was playing video games competitively, and I got kicked out of the competitive league because I have Twitter.
What? Wait, what?
I played video games competitively for a while, and I quit. Like I stopped playing, but I was still on a team, just like sitting on the team.
Right. You were telling me about that.
Yep. I was just sitting on the team, and the people in the community of the game, they searched out my Twitter and then decided to kick me out of the league because of my Twitter.
That just seems
Stupid. Hold up.
I don't even understand what the issue is there. Like, he got canceled for saying something on Twitter about playing his video game. What did he say?
I don't think it was about playing video games.
What did he say? You
probably
guys
has
suck?
to do with the hat.
Yeah,
They
it could
don't
be.
like it.
We'll ask when he comes back. I got one of those hats. It's right behind me, right there. Except mine says, "Re-elect that motherfucker." What it says. Yeah. Don't know what a Hitachi is. That's very interesting. That's okay. I only there's a very specific reason why I know what one is. Anyway. I feel like Cheeks is missing out right now. He would have a lot to add here. Anyway, so where I was kind of going with the earlier conversation about all of the red pill stuff is that it's hard for me to think well of most red pill endorsers or activists because it really only leads one of two directions: nihilism or success. And in some cases, is it the success that you actually want? I mean, I'm not sure that you actually want the success that you get, even though that was what you set out to do in the first place.
Well,
So
yeah, it's because in all cases it leads to degeneracy.
Well, so that's the argument right now, is that you can be so it's not an argument. There's a group of people growing actually that believe that people believe that you can be red pill and not only not be degenerate, which I can go along with that, but also not but also be a Christian. And the way that they get there is you can accept and follow the descriptors of, get in shape, be wise with your money, which so the thing about, all right, so here's the thing. Red pill is nothing new. It's not like there's revolutionary material in the writings, right? Like, this is all what we used to call common fucking sense. However, red pill is wrapped in a bow that sells you a program, a lifestyle, a gym membership, a makeover routine, what the fuck ever, I don't know. Basically, it's basically like Avon for men, right? Except, a little different, but not much. It's not makeup that you put on, but it's the makeover, right? It's the go get your hair cut, learn how to do your, don't have dirt under your fingernails, maybe get your feet cleaned once in a while, maybe use some conditioner, whatever, just shit that men don't do because they're men. What?
Red pill is kind of like male feminism. Let me finish.
No, I know it is.
Because they both end up with the other sex is all the problems, and they're all bad for us, and it ends with we don't need them.
Well, that's not even the argument. The argument is that the red pill is feminism because it subscribes to the gynocentric worldview, like in a whole.
I don't know that so I don't think you can call red pill feminism. I think that's not accurate. I do believe that you can call red pill, or I do believe that you can say that red pill takes advantage of feminism and has no interest in destroying it. That's really my biggest problem with red pill is red pill has no actual reason
it can
to
only
destroy
exist with the other.
Well, no, but it takes advantage of it, right?
So like if feminism didn't exist,
there couldn't be a red pill.
Wouldn't be.
I don't know if I believe that, but okay. I mean,
if
I don't
all
think
women were virgins until marriage and decent people and not out there doing what they're doing and not going to clubs and not half naked, and there would be no need for it, because it would just be marry a girl when you're young, you're both young, have kids, and that's it.
Yeah, then the Christian advice would start winning over again.
No, I mean, I think that those are good arguments, but red pill in and of itself is useful even with all of that stuff in place. It's not just about dating. It is about building yourself into a better man.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's more useful if you think of it less as a dating tool, which is what it's marketed as, and more as a self-improvement guide and as a guide, so I disagree that it would not exist without feminism. I will.
It wouldn't need to be explained if there wasn't feminism. Like, it was red pill was, like you said, red pill was understood. It was just like common sense before, but now that feminism's gone crazy, it needs to be explained to people so they know what they're getting themselves into with like the feminist order.
I mean, I feel like that's only partially true, because even if feminism, if you could wave a magic wand and feminism in and of itself disappeared, right? Like all of a sudden women were trad, they wore demure clothing, they were far less promiscuous. I think virgins at marriage is asking a lot. That didn't happen back in the back when pilgrims roamed. I don't think it'll happen now, but certainly it's a goal, right? And so if we could do that, women are less promiscuous, more demure, had far less of I think the boss babe thing kind of I kind of go a couple of different directions on that, but if you did that in modern society, you would still need the red pill, because what the red pill does is it takes our modern values, which have declined, and improves them. Because in modernity, everything that we do is to make life fucking easier, so that we don't even have to get out of the house. We don't even have to get off the fucking couch. And feminism has nothing to do with that. So saying that if we removed feminism, all of a sudden men would be fit and not need to go work out, or men wouldn't be fucking slobs, I disagree. I reject that premise. I don't think that you can prove that. What I can prove is that modernity, absent a movement like red pill, or a descriptor like red pill for men, and it doesn't have to be red pill. It could be, go to the fucking gym signed, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know, whatever the fuck. Without the descriptor, without a self-improvement guide to motivate people and some motivation to do so, you end up with a bunch of fat fucks that sit around and play video games all day. And you can see that by looking at esports, where there really isn't a whole lot of feminism in esports. And yet all of those motherfuckers are fat as fuck.
Hey,
they're actually right now, they're putting out there's a guy who's putting it together, a prize package that I'm trying to think of how he explained it the other day. It's, if you are the fit, it's an esports league, but you have to be fit to be in it. And there's physical challenges in addition to the game challenges. And you win, and I think it's like $100,000 prize or some shit if you can complete these physical challenges, which are apparently not. I think they're going to be hard, but they're going to be doable. If you can complete all the challenges and you win your gameplay, then you win $100,000. So the idea is that it's not just about sitting on your fucking gaming chair and gaming for 18 hours a fucking day. And so I don't think that you can say that red pill without feminism, red pill wouldn't exist. I think that it needs to exist because men have forgotten how to be men. So just saying, red pill is not a lame replacement for good fathers. There's lots of fathers out there that are in more or less good fathers, but they don't know how to be men. One thing doesn't neglect one thing doesn't make the other, right? Like you can be a good, loving father and still raise a pussy, right? Like I
think most of the men don't have fathers.
Yeah.
I think they're complaining about how loud your keyboard is.
That was me.
I know.
Okay.
Because I'm not typing. Hands where you can see them. Look, it's all, and again, I just think that red pill in and of itself is kind of irrelevant, but it exists and we have to deal with it. We have to talk about it. We have to understand it, and then decide whether or not we need it. Now, I know that Glenn Lawrence honestly really believes in red pill and believes that it is it's the right thing to do. And, he has a prescription so that it fits in with Christianity. So you can do both. On the other side of that, Andrew, and many others like Andrew, for example, including myself, that red pill is only useful as a self-help guide to improve yourself. It's not a good guide for dating. It does not get you the women that you want. If you were actually able, if you're a legit 5 right now, right? Like you're just an average looking guy. You're not super fat. But you're just fucking average. And you go prescribe to all the red pill stuff, and you go out and you get a haircut, and you learn how to fucking shave right, and you get your teeth whitened and your fucking nails done, and you walk out looking like you stepped off the cover of GQ. And all of a sudden women are noticing you, but they're only noticing you because of that. And they would notice any other man in the same way. And worse, they're by default, because of the way that they hunt, those women are used to looking for the better opportunity every second of their life. So do you really want to attract those women? Are those the women you're hunting? I don't think you are. I think that that's a mistake. I think that, dating a woman because she is hot and attracted to you when you are in a very specific state is asking to pull a gold digger, to pull a woman who's going to stay with you until she gets bored and divorce you and move on. I think that's what that is. Especially the older you get, especially once you get past about 23, 24, when all of a sudden the light bulbs start going off in their head and they start realizing that, oh shit, I'm actually not as good looking as I was 2 years ago when I was 21 and I was Miss Hot Ass. Now I'm 24 and I'm not Miss Hot Ass anymore. So I need to get my shit together and nail down a dude, right? Like I got to get this going on. So then it becomes even more important to understand what your quarry is. That's just, I don't know. What do you think, Slop? I'm sorry. I'm kind of rambling there.
When you were said, you don't think most men are actually going after those women to date them. I totally agree. They're going after them just to have sex with them, because that's what red pill teaches. It doesn't teach you how to properly date women. It just teaches you how to get them and then get them in bed. It doesn't really teach you much else. And then the part about if feminism disappeared, red pill would still exist. I agree. It's because there's two sides of red pill. There's the dating red pill, and then there's the self-improvement red pill. If feminism disappeared, you wouldn't need the dating red pill anymore. You just need the red pill advice of get off your ass and be a man. So
right. Okay. Kat, thoughts? Come on.
I don't know. I think red pill needs to focus more on just like being more of the dad figure to the guys and just yelling at them saying, get up, stop playing video games, go outside, go do this, go be something, go make me proud type of thing. Instead of just like, stop trying to take the easy way out, stop trying to find the shortcut, stop trying to, complain and whine and talk about your feelings and, oh, but they did this to me and I have to talk about it over and over. It's like so many guys that are stuck on that. All they want to do is talk about like that one girl or those two girls that did them wrong. And then it's the same thing over and over. They ruminate on it and they don't actually get out and change anything. Because you're like, okay, so this happened. What have you done in the last 3 years? You've been complaining about it. Nothing. They're in the same position. And instead of complaining about women, they should be complaining about how they're not doing anything. Because women will go when there's a winner. Whenever there's a winner, a woman will pop up. You don't have to find them.
Right. Again, but are those the women you want?
Yes. The women that they attract with money first, not the type of woman you want. The woman who's dressed like, she's on the hunt, not the type of woman you want. The woman at the club, the woman at the bar, the woman, on patrol, that's not the woman you want. The woman you want is the one who goes, that's going to be the father of my children. And yes, they need someone who can support a family, of course. That's not a gold digger. That's, I want a family. Not, I want to show you my cleavage so that you can go procreate with me, and then I can get pregnant and then like sue you for child support or something stupid.
What about the argument that the woman waiting at the finish line is not the one for you, but the one that sees the potential of you
Not
is the
okay.
one, is the right one?
I know about that. And who's the type of woman who's at the finish line? Like, what are you attracting? Are you dressing like you have money? Are you in a stupid car? Are you with a stupid watch? Are you dressed like a pimp? And then like you're attracting the gold digger.
Yeah, it just
Or
depends on
are
what finish
you
line you're at.
or are you dressed like a normal person, and are you just competent and easy to talk to, and they can tell it right away, oh, this person has a business, this person has a plan, this person doesn't have the flashy car, but he has a car that's nice, it's clean. This is a dad, not some guy who's going to fly me around to Dubai so I can take Instagram photos of my cleavage.
Interesting.
And I don't see a lot of thoughts leading with, I want to have a family. It's always like, where can we go? Where are you going to take me?
Women will
it's
say
different.
fucking anything. I don't actually, it would be very suspect to me if a woman started talking to me about family and kids and shit right out of the gate.
You say
Well,
that your
that's
wife
only if
said
they
that.
know that's what you want. If you don't tell them up front that's what you want,
Yeah.
then they start talking about family, then maybe you're like, okay. But it's like,
Yeah.
if
See, I
you
think
lead and
you're
say
onto
you want a
something.
family,
Yeah,
then they start.
you're onto something. So I get what you're saying, Kat. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I'll come back to it. I'm gonna organize my thoughts just a little bit. Anson Knowles, red pill isn't about appealing to women. It's about letting them know we are in charge and they don't get to run the show. Now, the patriarchy is about being in charge. Red pill actually never talks about patriarchy, weirdly enough. So I kind of agree, but kind of disagree. I don't know where I fall on that 100%. However, what I will say is red pill as just a code for life is not bad at all. It's when you get into the dating portion of it, the relationship portion of it, is where it all starts falling apart for me. And again, the biggest problem with red pill as a movement, as a bunch of people that the not actors, the
red pill leaders, the ones that give prescriptions.
I don't know that it's the leadership, but the people involved, right? The representatives, right? Like
They're talking heads.
Fresh and Fit, like Rollo Tomasi, like some others. I don't know. Those guys know exactly what to say about red pill and what not to say about it. But when they're pushed and you actually get them to start talking about the things they don't want to talk about, it really becomes clear, or it should become clear to anyone, that red pill takes advantage of feminism and has no interest in ending it, which is the opposite of the patriarchy, and therefore cannot be what Anson just said it is. It just simply can't. It cannot. It can describe that, but based on the people who are leading it and teaching it and talking about it, and the actors, I don't believe the yeah, I'll send you a link. I don't believe that it's a if only I could walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't believe that it's a I don't believe that it's what people think. I think people want it to be something and they read that into it, and I don't. I call it for exactly what I see it is. And what I see it is exactly what I'm describing. It is, I mean, look, the patriarchy is not the red pill. We do not. This is absolutely false. Anson, I wish you were right. I like you. You're mostly correct, but you are wrong.
Christianity is the patriarchy.
Christianity is the patriarchy.
And Christianity is the real red pill.
Maybe.
Well, not like the phrase the red pill, not like the movement.
Yeah.
The red
So
pill.
the patriarchy can't be the red pill because the patriarchy does not prescribe or describe, use as a descriptor, the fact that women are that it is a is not that promiscuity is not favorable. Patriarchy does not endorse promiscuity. It's not it, and red pill absolutely does. I haven't changed your mind, Anson. Anson's just having fun with me. That's okay. Look, man, I'm not saying you're. I just don't think you're right about this. I'm a little. So I'm kind of in this. I'm talking about this tonight because recently there has been a more red pill activity, I guess you would say, in my space. And when they're faced with, the detraction of red pill, they kind of spurg out and do not want to face reality.
Beaten cheeks. Oh, sorry.
Sorry?
I said beaten cheeks.
No, he's not red pill. He's not red pill at all, actually.
Oh, he's just a coomer?
He's he likes to think of himself as based, but he's got a little bit of he's got some time. He's got a way to go. Arthrodia, they do not endorse they endorse promiscuity. That is all I need to know. I don't need to know anything else. I only need one detractor to ruin the whole thing. Yeah. Clover Tack, welcome, buddy. You had something to say. I'm sorry, I'm running off the mouth.
Yeah, this is in the vein of Jake did a late night thing last night. And Glenn jumped in. I was in there for a minute, and I'm not a big consumer of or long time consumer really of any of the red pill content. Mm-hmm. Some of the ideas and stuff obviously has been around forever and ever and ever. And so one of the things that I've kind of noticed about that particular genre or movement or whatever you call it is it seems to me like the vast majority of the ones that are successful in red pill seem genuine enough, but they rise really quick and then they have to play a role and they have to keep things polished to a point that it's almost like they're not real. And then it also seems like there's a lot of weak men that follow them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I brought that up last night to we had a much broader conversation about things, but I brought that up to say how thankful I was that I was watching some red pill stuff and going, hey, this kind of makes sense with my marriage and how things kind of worked. And that was 30 years ago, of course. Right. But like I get it. Like I understand some of what they're talking about here. And it was interesting in that capacity. And then that led to other things and then being in the debate space and whatever you call it over here. Right. Which could be I guess in some ways, this kind of sphere or space is red pill adjacent in a way, I suppose, but it's not.
Yeah,
It's not the same,
apparently
right? It's
I'm
not the same as hanging out all the time on whatever Fresh and Fit or whatever. If Andrew's not on, because that's hilarious. But whatever Fresh and Fit, Access Vegas, and those types of things. It's just a totally different vibe over here. The people, the men over here, seem like much stronger men than what you
yeah.
see in the comments and stuff a lot over there.
Well, it's because the men in the comments don't actually have a voice. Their only voice is
Yeah. Just one
Yeah,
second.
but I mean, they're there to be sold. They're a client, or they're
Yeah.
there to be sold a product almost, right? Rather than.
Right. That's the thing. Well, all right, I want to address
And
something.
I'm not knocking any of them. You have to make a living,
Yeah.
and I'm sure there's good intentions, and they think they're providing value, and all that's great. I mean, capitalism, go right.
Let me address a couple of things from the chat here. The red pill says, with the way women currently act, why wouldn't men be promiscuous? That's another problem I have with red pill. Men should be forcing women to not be promiscuous, literally saying, if you're promiscuous, I will not have anything to do with you. And that's a problem I have with red pill as well. I appreciate you for allowing me to identify that, because that had kind of fallen into the back of my head and it wasn't at the forefront. It doesn't say to bang a lot of hoes. False. Myron specifically said that you should bang 50 women. He walked that back when Andrew confronted him, but he did say that out loud many times. Anson Knowles, Andrew Wilson is not red pill. Neither is Brian. Brian is not red pill. He loosely he says that there's some things about the red pill that he kind of supports, but he is not red pill. And Andrew is not red pill. Andrew, as a matter of fact, I'm actually using some of Andrew's talking points because he helped me clarify some of my own thoughts. So he is while he is not anti-red pill, he is not accepting of the red pill.
Yeah,
of the red pill.
Andrew just understands the scriptures and is able to argue the better than the red pill people.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's why he's winning with Christianity, because he actually understands the scriptures and is able to fight against them.
So Anson Knowles Glenn says that he follows that he's okay with the descriptors of red pill for the most part. I think that he kind of ignores the ones that deal with how to treat women, and he just mainly most of the ones he wants to talk about are the self-improvement descriptors, and then he uses the Bible for everything else, and that's how he reconciles red pill with Christianity.
Sort of what he said last night on this was something to the effect of the things with red pill that he can back up through scripture, right? That's the things that he kind of adopts from red pill.
Yeah. And I see that somebody commented, and I'm sorry, I scrolled right past it, so I don't remember who it was, but Brian, they're saying Brian uses red pill to make content. He really doesn't. He will use some red pill descriptors, but he doesn't actually use red pill to make content. He just gets assigned that because he's in the space. Raging Patriot gifted a one Unreasonable Man membership. Cool. Why would you think he's very red pill? This is
well, the latter part, Andrew has made him squirm on that recently, by the way.
Yeah.
Wanting a low body count, but then wanting it,
he's had to kind of walk back some of that. But here's the thing: if you thought he was very red pill because he doesn't want to get married because because of the social contract and the fact that and he does say that it's a contract that rewards the person for breaking it, which is a red pill talking point. But for the most part, I don't know. I don't consider him red pill.
Oh yeah, and Brian's not religious, so it's not like Andrew can tell him on the just get married.
Yeah, I can go with that. Chief Wahoo, I can go with that. That's close enough.
I think the problem is that the definition of red pill is it's all over the place. And everybody uses certain elements
That's my problem with it
to
as
their
well.
motives, right, and their agendas and everything, and then they use certain ones and certain ones they don't. And if you hear Rolo talk about it, I mean he rants about that sometimes.
I'll be right back.
Because I guess he kind of fancies himself an OG in a way or whatever. At least that's the way it comes off. And
Yep.
you know, so he'll go, "Oh yeah, so and so is using this," and they totally forget about this part over here. And not saying I agree with in everything that Rolo says either, but and I think that's part of the issue. And I never delved into it deep enough to understand it either. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's why I don't ascribe to any like one specific definition of the red pill. I just see the red pill like it's a analogy for the truth. There's a red pill for each and every topic.
Yeah,
And,
I agree. There's certain truths. Yeah, and
Yeah.
a lot of it goes back to the natural tendencies between male and female. Right? There's
Yep.
some of that stuff at play, and yeah, that's sort of what I get out of it too.
Yeah, that's why I've told the story before. It's the red pill is what led me to Christianity because I understood the descriptors, but I didn't like the prescriptions they were giving because I realized that everything like that most of the descriptors were true, but the path that was leading me down, like trying to like tell you to like the 50 body count thing, it's just all degenerate. So
Yeah,
you use the red pill, you understand the descriptors, and then you can get to an actual like moral position off from the terrible descriptors.
Well, and that's another thing, right? A lot of the big ones, they will tell you that it's just the descriptors or whatever, and they don't give prescriptions, and then they'll turn around and give prescriptions.
Right.
It's like, well, you just said that you don't do that. Like, make up your mind. Or they've got a course, right? Well, obviously that course is prescriptions, so make up your mind.
Yeah. By the way, I have the most awesome wife ever. I just have to say that.
That's mine.
So
No, you
my
don't. That's mine. No, nope.
no.
We're gonna have to put them in a cage match and figure that out.
I think my black ex-wife wins. Actually, you guys have there's no competition.
So my wife, I wasn't going to go to Oshkosh this year because I didn't want to drive up there, and my kid's going to be gone to do stuff, and I had like 10 reasons why I shouldn't go. If you don't know what Oshkosh is, it's a week-long air show. It's the largest air show in the world. There's something like 20 or 30,000 planes, and like I don't know.
Where's that at?
In Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew that grid.
It's Oshkosh. What do you mean? Where's it at? I was like,
I thought he was talking about down at the mall. I'm like, how are they going to fly planes in the mall?
Oshkosh by gosh.
Yeah.
So my wife knew that I wasn't going to go this year because I had other things to do and blah, blah, blah. So she was talking to some of her friends. They just bought an airplane in Florida, a twin engine that they're picking up, I guess, and flying it to Oshkosh. They're stopping in Nashville for fuel, and they offered me a ride to Oshkosh, and I'm assuming back, so that I can I get a free ride to Oshkosh. I don't have to drive and just go get a rental car and hang out and play airplane all week.
Mm-hmm.
I have the coolest wife ever because I wasn't going to go. I was like, not this year. Maybe next year I'll go. But anyway, just throw that out there. And they're leasing the airplane back to the flight school, so they're obviously very smart people.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
Cool.
Sorry,
Clover, you got one up him now. He just bragged about his wife. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm probably fixing to pick up about $3,000 worth of guns tomorrow, and I'll catch
you.
You know,
I like the cut of your jib. $3,000 worth of guns tomorrow. Do it. Hold on. How many of those are high points?
Well, I'm not paying for the high points. I got to pick up 2. Okay. I was so pissed, dude. So yesterday before we were on yours, and I was like, hell, I got to get to the local gun shop. I got 2 high points waiting on me, right? They didn't even get there until like 30 minutes after the gun shop closed. Freaking UPS. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna get them tomorrow, but I'm not paying for those. High Point sent me those to work with. So yeah.
So before I completely piss everybody off about Red Pill, here's the thing. I think that the descriptors, for the most part, are great. I think they're words to live by to most extent. I think that there's a lot of really good things in there. I do believe that. Well, I don't understand why secular people would get married. I don't understand that because you're entering into a consecrated.
You're entering in a contract that the person's rewarded to leave.
Well, and yeah, sorry. So if you are religious, you're entering into a consecrated set of vows. It's not a legal contract. It's literally like, this is life or death stuff, if you believe that.
Mm-hmm.
For a secularist, it doesn't matter. Like, why does it? I mean, it's just a legal contract, and you can just find a lawyer and get your way out of it.
Yep.
And so that's I kind of understand that. I originally criticized Brian for saying that he would not get married, and then I thought about it because he states he's not religious, and he's not in a church. So at that point, it kind of makes more sense what he says, right? Like at that point, I don't really disagree with him. I just don't. I'm probably wrong for that, but
well, at some point for me, it's weird. The more I think about it, because I think people should be getting married younger, and
I agree with that.
If that's the case, and that I get my wish, and snap or wave my wand or whatever, and all of a sudden people start getting married younger. Well, there's going to be people that are older that are single that are screwed, right? And it's like, so
Sure.
What do they do? What do they do, right? Brian, let's use Brian as an example. Just put him in that blank slot. What do you do? Because I mean, from that perspective of being older, and then also you have the older women, and you have I get it. I mean, to me, that doesn't fit with what I think people need to be doing, and so I get how hard of a situation that can be, and then so maybe you do make the decision to never get married,
Yeah, no, I don't know.
So I mean, my prescription doesn't work, unfortunately, for everybody. It only works for young people.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for men, it's you don't actually hit your prime until your 30s and 40s, so it's still easy for you to find a partner as long as you hit your goals. By the time you hit 30, 40, then you can still get a wife. But yeah,
that's assuming the younger guy. That's assuming that I haven't snapped my fingers and the younger guys aren't taking them, and they're not there for you to get.
I don't know anyone that's married, so I don't think it's happening anytime soon.
So,
well, you're young though.
I mean, I'm probably the age that Clover would want people to start getting married.
Yeah, I think that's true.
You afraid to, what are you like?
Yeah, thanks, God.
Mid 20-ish.
Yeah, I'm 21.
Oh shit! Yeah, why not? Yeah. Should have been married and had 3 kids by then, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
My
bad. I came in at Fort House. I'll just pop out 3 kids. I got you.
Hey, you do what you got to do, man. Find a way.
Arthur Dias says marriages make for a much more stable societies and are the ideal unit for raising a kid. So I don't know why you wouldn't encourage marriage.
Because if it's a secular marriage, it's not a real marriage. That's why.
Yeah, because it's too easy to quit.
It's just
You gotta have a good, healthy marriage, right? Not just marriage.
Right, healthy.
Like,
yeah, that's a good word. Yes, Kat.
Okay,
Call on me.
just unmute and talk.
Just
girl.
speak.
Not that hard.
No, I've been trolling people online, a lot of women online, and I figured it out.
Really,
So,
I'm so disappointed in you.
good.
Here's
So,
the secret. We're getting a secret here. everybody?
So I figured it out. I figured out how to pick a woman because they tell on themselves. They're so easy to figure
Ask me
out.
questions.
All you have to do is say before you marry someone or when you're dating someone, oh, I want to have kids and a family and, get married and stuff like that. But what do you think about divorce and like what happens like 10, 20 years down the line? If we're having any problems, like how do you want to deal with that in the future? They always say, if we have a problem, we'll just break up. What's the big deal? They just say it now. They just say it so matter of fact, like, oh, if I'm not happy or if you're not happy, we'll just break up. Yeah,
That's the
we don't
problem.
need to work on anything. We'll just leave. We'll start all over again. Conscious uncoupling. So many people that I've followed online, fashion bloggers, even like, people who shouldn't be having opinions about things are talking about how they're getting a divorce after having kids. And it's a conscious uncoupling. And it's making me want to scream. Because there's all these little kids everywhere that are going to have to deal with mommy's 50 boyfriends because mommy has a sexual revolution. Now she's wanting to go through a sexual revolution now that she hit 36 and she wants to see what like 50 bodies feels like or something. But it's like, these are the women.
There's a woman on whatever like that said that exact thing. She was
So
like
many.
in the church and everything.
Oh, that's nasty.
No, but they're like, oh, well, I want to know, because these are the women who got married young with a low or no body counts.
Yep.
And then around 36, they're like, oh, I'm not attracted to you. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's
This
because
isn't exciting, having the kid and staying home all the time.
they think being sexually free is going to make them happier.
Because they've never experienced it. And all the hoes on the internet are saying, this is great.
it's so much fun.
You don't need no man. And they're like, oh, maybe this dude's like bringing me down. I have to go see what else is out there. And what do they think they're going to get? You're a single mom. You're old. Maybe somebody will take you around the block, but they're going to take you right back.
Well, yeah, it's this whole idea of happiness. That's the problem. Marriage isn't about dude anymore. It's about, I'm not happy anymore. Fuck the kids. I'm out.
Well, it's a failure to realize, it's a failure to stay together long enough and have enough commitment to the marriage to realize that there are cycles. There are cycles that each partner will go through or you may go through together of unhappiness. Like that's going to happen. And then when you add kids to the mix, that's a whole different ball of wax. It makes things even worse. And you have to realize that, and you have to actually meet that head on and deal with it. And it's okay to be happy, unhappy, I should say, as long as you're trying to figure out, why is that the case, and then try to fix that issue. Real quick though, who was that said they'd married 18 years and it was secular?
Ghost.
So, yeah, I think there is potential there to have a lasting secular marriage, but I think that there's quite a few things I think that come into play for long, healthy, successful marriages, and I think one of those, which would be obviously through the church, right? Religion can play a big role to keep a great foundation. But another thing that I know personally that's really important is just choosing the right partner, whether that's by luck, because it can happen. You can simply get lucky with choosing the person that you marry. That can happen. You meet, whether that's love at first sight, it feels like great chemistry or whatever, and there actually be you can be totally opposite on the vast majority of things, but then yet there's some fundamental similarities, and those couples that have very fundamental similarities do tend to stay together, and that's not it's not necessarily a quote unquote Christian thing or like a church thing. I think a lot of those similarities, some of them can simply be both parties are stubborn, right? Both parties want to actually see things through and accomplish things, right? They're goal oriented. There's some things like that may not necessarily be Christian values at play. So Yeah. So when I just wanted to point that out. Didn't want Ghost out there to think that, especially me. Everybody else is free to their opinions, but I'm not going to pick on folks because there are long term or long time secular marriages out there.
Sure,
it does happen.
So let me change tack just a little bit. How important is happiness in marriage? Kat, you've got to have something on this one.
Marriage is a commitment. It's not a commitment as long as I'm happy. It's for better or for worse, sickness and health, till death do you part. That's not about happy. Nowhere it says as long as I'm happy.
Yeah.
Kat is killing me tonight.
You should get happiness.
I think it's the hair. I think it's the hair. I think all of the curly ringlets are just throwing me off my game. Clover Tack, you're probably not even really watching. It's probably on green screen or something. But is the hair throwing anybody else off? I think the hair is throwing me off tonight. I don't know what it is.
Why?
I don't know. It's weird.
She doesn't look any different than she normally does. She
telling you,
she still looks 14. So whatever.
That's her goal, is to look 14.
Apparently.
So anyway,
yeah, I think happiness should come from the success of the marriage, right? That's where it shouldn't be the goal of the marriage or whatever. And so
happiness comes from yourself. It's a choice you make, regardless of the outside world. You can be happy or you can be miserable.
Well, that's true, but would not a healthy marriage make you happy?
It's one of the things you can be happy about, but it has to be from you. It's your mindset that makes you happy. So if anyone who goes, this person didn't make me happy. No. You didn't make you happy because you decided to look at all.
I agree with that. Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah, we're on the same page. I think we're just saying it a different way. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think happiness is on that list of what it takes, Work is number one. That's always the thing I come around to first. That's the first word. So it's going to be work. And so if you're not ready for that, back out.
I think my best argument for why happiness in marriage doesn't matter is if your kids aren't happy, you don't deserve to be happy.
I like the deserve part component of that, but okay. So here's an interesting thing. Women often give that they're not happy or they no longer enjoy being married as the reason for that they file for divorce. Which is why I asked the question, how important is happiness and does it really even matter? Because the reality is you're building a life together. There's going to be a lot of, especially if you get married reasonably young, there's going to be a lot of struggles, right? There's going to be what we call hard times for most. Now I understand Kat never experienced any of these because her husband is a doctor and, her dad gave her everything she ever wanted. But for us mere mortals out there,
right.
That didn't have that and had to work our asses off and, work for, days on end at a time.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, right? I remember early in my marriage, my wife, who had never actually had a job before, was very kind of weirded out about how many hours I worked in a day. And when I would work multiple days in a row and just not come home, I would stay at the shop because things have to get done, right? Just because I want to go home and sleep for 2 hours doesn't get the job done. I've got to stay and get things done. So it kind of weirded her out a little bit, but she got used to it and she understood it, or she came to understand it, that is what paid at that time paid a good chunk of the bills. And everything was dependent upon making those sacrifices. And it took a while, honestly, for her to get there, and that's okay. And it took me some time to get used to having to be responsible to someone else. Because for the longest time, I had only ever been responsible for me. So there were times when we were absolutely miserable, but we were miserable together. Right. I think that it's an interesting conversation to have, because a lot of people really put this emphasis on being happy. And it's the same way that people put this emphasis on being nice when you're talking, when a Christian says something, well, we're supposed to say it in a nice way. Well, no, we're not. Who gives a fuck if I say it in a nice way or not? It's the message you need to hear at that time. And I always point to the fact that in the Bible is often very direct and very, shall I say, almost pointed in the way that things are communicated to people throughout the Bible. It's not a lot of sweet language. It's not a lot of coddling,
Right. Like outside of Psalms, right? Like it's all pretty brutal.
Yeah, brutal stuff, man. Like strike ye down sort of stuff, And so it's an interesting thing that we have going on in our lives today, that women seem to very much have this idea that once they get married, they're going to be happy for the rest of their lives. And I don't understand that. Also,
like it's an instant happy pill, basically.
Yeah. Marriage is an instant happy pill. I'm going to be happy the rest of my life. I'm so happy. It's going to be great. So wonderful. That's why I have to have $130,000 wedding.
Yep. They think the rest of their life's going to be the honeymoon phase.
Right. I have to have $130,000 wedding in Hawaii, and we're flying in all my family, and everyone's going to be there. It's going to be great. My wedding is going to be so awesome.
Yeah. Attention. That's what's really interesting about weddings, is the bride gets attention. Now, not all weddings, okay, but the ones you're talking about, the bride gets attention for how long, right? From the wedding, for all the planning that $130,000 wedding would take, right?
For a year.
And then at the wedding itself, and hundreds or whatever of people, and all the attention. The honeymoon, it's attention. You get home, hubby has to go to work. He works 12-hour days. There ain't no more attention. So, yeah.
No Arthro diet. No, we do not have that expectation. We expect cold food at times. We expect to not be able to come home for several days because we have work to do. We expect to, unfortunately, not be in your presence. We expect unhappiness. We just understand that. We know what we're getting into.
I wouldn't say that I expect unhappiness. What I expect is, there to, and again, it has to do with my outlook that the work comes first. There's going to be things that need to be done. I'm a man. I understand things require maintenance. Things need to be repaired. Parts need to be replaced. I understand mechanically how things work. And yeah, okay, a marriage is not a mechanical device, but still, there's going to be upkeep. There's going to be things that they're going to need to do. Things are going to break at times. Like, I understand that going in. So, I wouldn't call that like a lack of happiness or anything, but I just understand the reality of the situation, right?
I mean, men endure, right? That's what we do.
Yeah.
It's an interesting conversation though, because I have a friend of mine. He's been married, God, I don't know, a long time. He's probably been married 30 years, maybe longer. I don't know. Anyway, so he's a Marine. So we already know that he likes to do everything absolutely the hardest way possible. And he's a rancher. He runs cattle. Now, not a lot, not Texas style, but Tennessee style. He's probably got 60, 70, hobby farm in Texas, but, decent operation here.
Yeah.
And so, but I don't know if you guys understand how much time that takes. And he's a maintenance technician at Nissan. making sure the robots run, making sure, that AC stays ACing and all of the other nonsense that goes into running a factory that produces vehicles and stuff. So he's a maintenance guy, and he works. I forget which shift it is, but he goes in at 2:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and works until like 2 in the afternoon, something like that.
Yeah,
it's a weird shift, but so he gets off at 2 o'clock every day. He goes home and then he does cows and stuff. But his wife can go for days without seeing anything but the imprint of his body in the bed.
right. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And that's his life. That's what he has to look forward to. But he does it because it provides his family and his entire household with all of the things that they need. And he gets his bills paid, and that's what he does. And so I use him as an example because he's still a happy dude. Every chance he gets, he takes his wife out to concerts or on trips, or just even to go to the lake, or they went to Fall Creek Falls this weekend and went on a hike with one of their kids. Well, I think maybe both of their kids. I don't know. Or 2 of their kids. They have more than that. But it was, the happiness comes in small doses. I like how Dennis Leary says this. If you've not heard it, it's great. No Cure for Cancer. Go, it's on YouTube. He says, happiness comes in small doses, folks. It's a chocolate chip cookie, a cigarette, or an orgasm. You eat the cookie, you smoke the butt, you come and you go to fucking sleep, and that's it, right? And then you get up and do it over the next day. You just don't. That's it. You just don't. It's 5 minutes of happiness for 24 hours of work or duty or obligation or whatever, however you want to express it. It doesn't matter which.
I gotta wonder. I would think with technology, and with other things, older generations had less time to sit around and worry and contemplate and think and get into their feelings and other shit, right? Because there was work to be done, whether that was cooking for 8 kids or making sure the house was clean or farming or whatever the task was, right? Nowadays you've got, again, just because of modernity, we've got it really, really easy. And,
easy.
Yeah,
and I gotta wonder if that doesn't give people, and social media is just going to amplify that if you spend your time on that. But I gotta wonder if that doesn't play a role in that. It gives people more time, so therefore it takes more quote unquote happiness for them because they spend more time thinking about that kind of crap instead of getting done what they need to get done.
Well, yeah, the people starving in third world countries, they don't have time to be sad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin, you missed out, bro. I led off the show with apparently in that Kenny I'm not going to dox the guy. In that thread that you pointed me to earlier, Ryan, who's been on the show, Ryan actually showed me where Kenny had said that it said something, and then the fellow who, man, it's weird. I'm alluding to things. Went on about how I wish he had his stolen car back, and then they called me a thief, and then they went into the idea that even though pardon me, it's in a private conversation where I can't remind them that he was that my truck and trailer was stolen with his car in it, and he got paid $25,000 for a car that was worth $17,000, and I got paid $12,000 for a trailer that was worth $40,000. And I didn't get paid anything on the truck because there was no insurance on the truck, and ended up losing way more than him. And And then he had the balls to ask me to make it right later on, about a year and a half later, when he needed parts for his MX-5, knowing that I had run the MX-5 in the World Challenge. And he wanted either some money or some parts. I told him to go piss up a rope. And anyway, you missed out on that, Kevin. I know that you would have many enlightened things to say about it, since you've watched that train wreck unfold the last 10 years or so. But anyway,
he can always back up. He can always rewind.
Yeah. He knows. I mean, he knows. Yeah, but yeah, that was a special bunch of guys. Brian does have a shallow view of marriage because he's never been married, and he has he's a guy that's getting older, and he's in fucking California. He probably has the deepest viewpoint of marriage of anybody in the state, and it's still shallow as fuck. So I'll give him. I'm going to give him a pass on that. This one time, he gets a pass. We'll have to have that phone combo soon. Yeah, I'll give you a call tomorrow. Maybe I got to work on the boat more tomorrow.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water.
Do that. You look thirsty. You should hydrate. Hydrate or die, bro. Hydrate or die. What's up, Lauren B? I didn't see you sneak in. Car insurance is a scam. My payments went down when I bought a new used car. Okay. That sucks when they go down, right? Oh, that's.
I don't know.
Car insurance is weird.
I've had the same car insurance company since I was 16 years old. I've never had another company as long as I've had a driver's license. It's so.
Have you had the same car?
First of all, do what?
Have you had the same car since you were 16?
No, no.
You sure? You're in Texas. Things last a long time there.
No.
Okay.
You have wrecks, things break down. I've only ever, I'm trying to think, 2 or 3. I've only ever bought like 2 or 3 new cars. Everything else has been used. So a lot of stuff pay cash and you don't have payments. So that type of stuff doesn't tend to last too terribly long, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, because of that, first of all, it's one of the best insurance companies that you could run. Texas Farm Bureau is what it is. So, but for years, I would have insurance companies call me up, and they would say,
"Wake up, cat."
They would say, "Hey, we want to, hey, can we give you a quote?" And then I'll tell them the company I'm with, and they go, "There's like silence for 30 seconds," and then they go, and I'm like, "Are you still there?" And they're like, yeah, we could give you a quote, but we're just not going to waste your time because we know we can't beat their prices with their coverage." And I'm like, "Okay, well, thank you. Have a good day." And of course, the loyalty being with them as long as I've had, right? Like, it's just, God, I can't beat it. But yeah, I do agree. Car insurance is a racket.
I just had an interesting experience with my insurance earlier this year, and apparently what had happened is someone, I know not who, basically claimed to be living at my address, or gave the wrong address, or something like that. And for some reason, the insurance applied them, my car insurance added them to my insurance, and since they had no information on the driver, it was the maximum for all of the cars. So it ended up being like an extra, I don't know, like $600 or $700 a year or something like that. And I was like, "What the hell?"
Some kind of clerical glitch somewhere.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No. Well, they told me that this does happen because people will move and not leave forwarding addresses and things like that. Yeah. And they go by and they just do a random audit, and the random audit pulls up that, so-and-so lives in your house and is listed as a, and they list that person on the insurance. They give you some time to correct it, but I don't think they send you like a notice or I don't know how they deal with that. But anyway, so I called in to add a car last year, and I'm like, they gave me the quote, and I'm like, this is really fucking high. And by the way, I've noticed that the bill's been a little higher than normal. And they're like, yeah, who is this driver that you added? And I'm like, I didn't add a driver. Why would I add a driver? I don't have any reason to do that. And they were like, oh, and we got into it, and it took a while to unravel, but I eventually got them to reimburse me for the entire like 5 or 6 month period that they've been overcharging me, and so I didn't pay insurance for for 6 months because of that. And but I've had the same insurance company now for probably 10 or 15 years. So.
Yeah, you definitely have to. I know lots of people, especially that do auto pay on stuff, which is fine. But man, you definitely got to keep tabs on your money, because I can't tell you the number of times I've caught things, but other people I know, they steadily have money siphoning out of their bank accounts or off their cards or whatever for months before they ever catch anything. Things happen.
That's true.
And you got to pay attention.
Yeah, I've actually started paying more, because normally I don't pay any attention to it at all. And I got yelled at about that. Kat, are you sleepy?
Yes.
You are sleepy, really?
What?
You knew you had to be on tonight. You had all day to nap, and you chose to play the dumbest video game.
I don't get to nap all day. What are you talking about? Nap?
Cats take naps. It's literally in the name, cat nap. It's literally in the name. You have a nap named after you. Anyway, well, wake up. Talk. What do you want to talk about, Kat?
Yeah, you pick the topic.
Give me a topic.
Give you a topic.
I don't know.
I will give you nothing, and you will like it.
No soup for you.
No soup for you. Come on.
Oh, do you want to watch?
No, I'm just kidding. What do you want?
There's that. There's one of the interviews with one of the chicks talking about how she did conscious uncoupling.
What?
Yeah, so you can get mad.
I won't get mad.
Oh, you'll get mad.
I won't get mad.
Bunch of fancy words.
But
That sounds like something you do on train cars. Conscious uncoupling.
That sounds like hippie talk.
Yeah, it's a nice way of saying I want to bang somebody else.
Dang old hippies. Smelly, stinking up the place. We'll throw it. You got to put it in you got to do a share file or whatever. I can't do it for you. WND strikes again. Weapon of mass distraction. He only has one job, and you guys keep making him do it. Literally, the only thing he will time you out for is if you try and post a link. That's it. He does nothing else.
Oh,
There's that super loud keyboard again.
there it is.
I want to know. I want to know how he figured out how to hook up like a 1930s typewriter to his computer. That's what I want to know.
I was thinking it's like a steampunk. It's like a
That's
steampunk
got to take
keyboard.
it's got to take like a lot of wires and solder.
I'm gonna need you guys to stop hating on my mechanical keyboard. It's super awesome and sexy. Okay.
I have this keyboard. And I thought it was loud. Yeah, hang on, let me. Can you even hear that?
Yeah.
Barely.
I can hear it.
Do you have the reduced mic background noise setting on? Because I don't have that on.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I always turn that on.
Sound like the 90s HP word processor.
I don't know that it'll help
as
loud as your keyboard is, but
yeah, let's see the difference. I turned it on.
His keyboard is broken.
Did you just type?
you guys hear that?
No.
Oh, well, I'm gonna keep it off because it's funny.
Why would you not do that? That's way better. What? No.
I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on.
Cat, where's the link? I need the link.
I found it, but it's like an hour-long thing, so I don't know where it says it.
Boo.
Somebody was not prepared.
Yeah,
No.
you got to be more prepared than that now. Come on.
I don't know.
Cat was catnapping today. That's what happened. In between playing a fake video game.
Oh well.
All right. Anyway. So interesting stuff. So Slop, what else is going on in a young man's world?
Other than having to get my car today, because I had to wait so long to get my car towed whenever it broke down on vacation. I had to miss out on going jet skiing that weekend. So I went jet skiing today when I went and got my car. That was fun.
So that's cool. I'm going to be in the doghouse tomorrow, but that's okay.
What'd you do?
So I've told the story that, my wife has we have a speedboat. That's my wife's boat.
Mm.
And the reason for that is probably not immediately readily apparent, but she doesn't like my bass boats, my fishing boats, because they're too low, too loud, too fast. I drive them like a maniac, all of the reasons that women hate things, all the fun stuff. But I digress. Anyway, so we had to buy her. So a year or so ago, she's like, I don't care what we do this summer. We're buying a speedboat, a ski boat kind of thing to go out and just lounge on. It's not going to be, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. Add another boat to the fleet. Why not? The problem is that the one thing my wife did not realize is that boats require this thing called maintenance. It's weird, but it happens. And since we had rented the lake house all year to to make money, I had actually not even thought about doing anything with the boat this year, or her boat this year. I obviously was going to go fishing out of my fishing boats, but I hadn't even thought about about doing anything with her boat. This was a mistake on my part, because about a week or so ago, she said, "Hey, I want to go. I want to go lake." I'm like, "All right, cool. I'll fire up my boat." And she's like, "Not your boat, my boat." I'm like, "Really?" I haven't dewinterized it. It's been like wrapped up all summer, so I'm sure and it was pretty dirty, and it wasn't the best idea to do that. We did it anyway. We're rebels, if you will. And so I did all the work, and I got it. Everything was great except the power steering. The power steering was not working, so I decided to fix it. And the boat, and I'm sure that she's going to want to go to the lake probably Sunday, and I'll have to put the boat back together first. So I will. I'm going to catch it tomorrow. Just going to tell you right now. That's what's going to. That will be my life tomorrow, which is fine. Not a big deal. But anyway, so I'm trying to do the share thing. I can do this. Let's see if I can do it. There it is. There's the boat in question, which is it's pretty. It's my it's actually my favorite boat so far, except for my fishing boat. But it's a pretty boat, but it's so much work. It's a lot of work. So, and it's apart right now. So it's I broke her toy. So she's gonna be mad. Yeah. Lauren B is correct. You're supposed to drain and clean a boat after every trip. That's absolutely right. And we do. And then I winterize it and I store it because we live in a place where it does get cold. You know, so you can't, you know, it's just the right way to do it. I do know what a mud motor is, Cam the King. I know exactly what one of those is. I have a picture of my boat somewhere. The picture of my boat's cooler.
Put more effort into that because it's your boat.
Huh?
Did you put more effort into that picture because it's actually your boat?
No.
No? It looks better.
Nah, it's just a cooler pic. It was actually like I put no effort in it. I literally put no effort into this picture at all. Why would I put effort into something that's like it's just a picture? Just a picture. There's my boat. That's the one I keep here. I have another one that we keep elsewhere, but this is my favorite one. My new favorite. The new cool kid toy. Which it is. It's just a toy.
What have you done more this year? You've been boating more or you've been flying more recently?
I've been flying a little bit. My wife says my show is boring and stop showing off the boat. Nothing else to talk about. My wife is literally like telling me not to talk about my boat. My show is boring. Well, I had to wake people up. Don't pick on me. Anyway, your brother was complaining about a fishing trip. I wouldn't go out there. I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, the boats are cool, but that's what I get to do tomorrow. I have to put the power steering back together, which is easy. It's only like 3 bolts, but I'm making a big deal out of it for no reason. Kat, wake up. Did you find your scene yet? I'm out of material here.
I found some other stuff. I'm gonna email them to me so I can put them here.
Okay, all right. Anyway, cleaning boats. Yeah, I don't like doing that. I still watch pro bass fishing sometimes. Believe in yourself. I do that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Clover Tack, wake up. Everybody wake up.
I'm awake. I've been awake.
You've been
talking
awake?
about boat. You're talking about boats, and I don't care one bit about boats.
You don't care about boats?
No.
Well, we were talking about guns
really.
a lot lately. I feel like Cat.
I care about boats like Cat feels about guns. So,
Cat, do you your husband owns firearms, right?
I guess. I don't know. I don't keep track.
You're supposed to keep track so you can get fake mad at him for buying more guns.
He's probably got like a whole secret bunker under the house, and like he would make us all weep.
No, it's not that much.
Who said you didn't know?
But I don't think it's that much.
Yeah. Okay.
Real quick though, I did put it in the chat, but I was wrong about the whole Alec Baldwin thing because that case was dismissed today.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I was also wrong because I thought it was negligent homicide and the charge was manslaughter. So I was wrong on that too.
Are they going to recharge? So I heard that the prosecutor suppressed evidence in the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard the same thing.
Which would be weird for a prosecutor to suppress evidence. That is,
Well, when
That's
I realized the charge was manslaughter, I thought, I don't know that there's enough evidence to go manslaughter. But I mean, negligent homicide potentially, but I don't know about manslaughter is a slight step up. So it's like, I don't know. So
yeah.
I really did think he would be convicted. Not serve any time, obviously, but I really did think he would be convicted. But.
Yet the Raging Patriot, he all charges pertaining to the manslaughter charge were dismissed today.
Yep.
I believe they can still get him for negligent homicide. They'll just recharge him.
Yeah.
But
civilly he'll lose for sure.
That's much
100%.
Assuming that her family goes after him, which you got to think they will.
Yeah, you kind of have to think so, right?
Yeah.
So, Cat, no video that was going to make me rage.
Just don't rage quit.
Do y'all thinks a woman would be strong enough to run a sailboat? Genuine question. I loved sailboats when I was little, but not sure how much effort my dad and his friend put into steering.
Yeah.
Actually, running a sailboat, if you're in reasonable shape, is not hard at all with all the winches and the geared winches and things like that.
I got a buddy that teaches fairly small kids actually to sail. So I would think a woman could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, TikTok.
Kat, you're in control of the video.
All right.
Familiarity suppresses desire. Isn't that good to know? Like, nothing has gone wrong in our relationships. It's a natural chemical response in the body that when something becomes all too familiar, it suppresses our desire for it. And so when you've been married 20 years, 30 years, living in close proximity to one another, literally sleeping for, call it 8 hours a night, 6 inches away from someone, watching each other pee for 30 years, you become pretty familiar with your partner. And familiarity suppresses desire, and it impacts almost every single couple out there.
This woman's psychotic. How many people is she?
This is a life coach.
I don't think
That's a life coach
for sure.
Yeah.
I gotta change careers.
I got to create a course.
She needs to lay off the benzos. She's on the Jordan Peterson pills.
She's what?
She's on the Jordan Peterson pills.
Jordan Peterson pills?
Do you not know who Jordan Peterson is?
I know that, but what pill? Oh, wait, does he say that? I didn't think he said that.
Say what?
That familiarity suppresses desire.
No, I'm just saying that Jordan's been going crazy lately, and he used to be like hooked on benzos. So I said she's on the Jordan Peterson pills. Be funny. I guess I'm not funny, Grid.
He used to be on what? He used to be on drugs?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, he was severely addicted to benzos.
Interesting. When was that?
Recently, I think, if not a year or two ago.
Really?
Yep.
He was amazingly cognizant for a drug addict.
Well, it's prescription, so I don't know how you view that, but yeah, he was addicted to his prescription.
He was addicted to his prescription?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Is that another one, Kat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You
You don't have to raise your hand to speak. You can. This isn't second grade. You're grown up now.
So polite.
I'm a
Too
big
polite.
girl now.
I guess this means absolutely nothing in the year of 2024. I was going to keep my life private, but people kept asking me questions.
No, we
About a
didn't.
month ago, my wife decided to have a conscious uncoupling. It came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it at all. Just one day, I was served papers and I was blocked on all social media accounts. I suffer with ADHD, which means I have hypersexualization, which means there has been sacred affairs in our marriage. But we had repair conversations about that, and we were very open about that.
I'm sorry,
So
did he say reparent?
I don't think that was a deal. So I'm not even sure what it was. But if it was the
repair
reason,
conversation,
not to slander her or anything of that, but that would be slightly ableist to have a problem with that.
You have to let me cheat because I have ADHD.
Here's some marriage advice for you all. When you have a union with somebody, usually it can go pretty well if you have a direct connection with your wife. The issue comes in when external forces starts to hurt your marriage. And what do I mean by that?
Well, you don't know.
And in my case, it was friends that she has, her therapist. Big therapy corrupts the minds of women all the time.
Yes.
Her mom was in her ear, and it always got bad when she hung out with her mom.
Your mom's a red flag.
Those are all things that will tear up your marriage. And I think one of my biggest mistakes is I allowed those external forces to come and corrupt my marriage. And unfortunately,
and you also screwed around. I mean,
you really can't do anything about it.
Saying.
If a woman in Idaho wants a divorce, she can just get a divorce without any reason.
I'm not really mad about that, Kat. I mean, he did fuck around on her.
Right.
I think
I got ADHD, man.
Yeah,
come on.
You
come on.
You gotta let me stick around with ADHD. Yeah, this is why I said secular marriage isn't real. You can just cheat on your wife.
God.
I have to admit, though, the ADHD leading to hypersexuality,
That's pretty good.
leading to cheating is like, that's a new one. I mean, the angle is, I mean, that's well thought out.
Yeah,
Why
you
could you
so went to the ableist line.
even assuming that is true, why would it not be a case to where it's like, oh, she left me because I just wanted sex all the time?
That's what I would. That's where I was when he said that. The first thing out of my brain was like, "Oh, I got it." He wore that out.
Yeah,
But
it's like, no, he goes. And I'm like, well, hold on, that makes no sense. But okay, whatever, dude. Like, oh,
he said he had multiple affairs. Arthur Dyer. He said he had multiple affairs.
God.
And there had been repair conversations. What the fuck is a repair conversation?
Something that the therapist.
I'm sorry, I'll do it again. Just accept it better next time.
Told them, I guess.
Does it come with a repair conversation manual? Is that a thing?
Well, he screwed up.
I got a manual for my car.
He screwed up so many different times. Like, I don't know how you blame. You can't put the blame square on her for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it can't be his fault because he's dodging accountability like this.
Just by his own. Just by his own omission, right? Like yeah. Wow.
Have we got any other terrible videos to watch?
Freaking TikTok, I swear.
Yeah. Kat, what are you doing? I
The
just
more
sent the most
you're around
dangerous
things,
message.
the more you're around things, what did she say? The less you desire them.
Yeah, that was
okay. Eat a bunch of sugar and see how that works. You're gonna want nothing but sugar. Like it doesn't work that way.
I invited my wife to be on the show and she said nope. Literally nope.
Nope.
Yeah, it's because you fucked the power steering. Now she doesn't want to be on your show.
Yeah, she's mad. She's mad at me. She's not mad at me. She thinks it's funny. She is the greatest wife in the world, though, for getting me an airplane ride to Oshkosh. Oh, come on, Kat. Wow. What kind of mannequin are we watching here? This isn't a real person.
These are the people giving the women advice. You have to know thy enemy.
Okay.
That's a sim.
already know will not make divorce easy. Divorce is when people are at their worst. A challenging divorce can take years. You need to think about, don't marry someone who you already know will not make divorce easy. Divorce is when people are at their worst.
Wait,
A
what?
challenging divorce can take years. You need to think about, not only is this person a pleasure to be around when you're happy prior to saying I do, but what may they be like at the other end of the marriage? So maybe before you get married, ask yourself, could I ever divorce this person in the future? Don't marry someone.
That is fantastic advice. This is why divorce should be illegal. Holy moly.
This is what they're teaching you. It's okay to get married. You can always get divorced. Pick someone who will be cool when you divorce them.
Mm.
Oh,
I mean, he's not like completely off because
What is?
It's
How do you
completely
find-
off. I want someone who would like burn
Well,
the
no.
house down.
well, no, it's
First
just
of all, why
the
would
person
you
they are
want
in
the
the marriage,
mannequin?
the person will be after the marriage. I think that's what he's getting at, but they said that completely wrong.
What?
yeah, I can see two ways to take that. And I
Yeah.
honestly don't know which way he meant it. Or I say he. Ooh, that's not misgender.
Well,
I'm not real sure. That's what we just looked at, but it maybe.
I honestly, I can't take a mannequin seriously. Like that was, you went too far, Kat. You never go full degen, and you went full degen.
Is there
Is that what-
anybody on TikTok that gives good advice? Like seriously, because apparently Kat watches TikTok.
why you're looking for gold and shit? That doesn't make any sense.
You know, that's actually
If
that's
somebody can give me some
Valid.
like, good topics, I'm cool with that. If not, I'm gonna find some trash.
In the meantime, do you guys
Oh,
want to see how
oh,
good
yeah.
how good I am at the video game I got kicked out of while Cat looks for videos?
No,
maybe
no.
it's a video game,
Oh
right?
no, we have another video. Oh no. I don't have clips. I just have like
So
my,
part two of this
placements.
question. Like I had said, I knew that I wanted this man in my life forever, not just because he's the father of my son, but because he's my best friend.
He looks really
and
happy.
I started to become aware that if we kept going through this cycle and this pattern, that we'd eventually lose. the
Imagine
friendship,
making one of
and
these
I
videos
wasn't
with your
available for
wife.
that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think
Well, it's
the
kinda-
most important thing is
I think we know who runs this
communication
relationship.
and just trying to stay on the same page and understand that you both want the same thing. You want each other to be happy.
He wants
Ugh,
this.
and
He
you
so
each
wants
other
this.
Ew.
to have the best life that they can. And sometimes it takes
He's so broken.
hard talks.
Yeah, and for me, back to like him being
He's
my best friend,
afraid.
I asked myself,
Yeah,
can
no,
I
that's
imagine
not a man
someone
anymore.
who would love
That's
him
not a man
truly
anymore.
He's
unconditionally
very
as a partner
afraid.
in a more potent way? And the answer was
You
yes.
see that
So,
motion? That's how she strangleholds his balls.
Yeah.
I don't get that one. That one was
Yeah,
lost on me.
I don't know.
It's just the narcissism of the women. Like, let's tell the internet why we're breaking up. Let's humiliate the dude in front of everybody. Yeah, I've decided I don't want him anymore.
And the guy's like, and I'm totally okay with this.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
and
put me on
I'm
camera.
fine with it.
So bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
And I'm so happy for our time together.
And in the end, we just want each other to be happy. That guy's so over with. He's cooked.
He
He's
has to
cooked.
like co-parent with this chick forever.
She showed you exactly how that relationship ended. I'm just saying, that's what happened.
Okay,
That's
I'm
what
pulling it
happened.
up while Cat pulls up more shitty videos.
What are you
I
pulling
take
up?
umbrage.
My
At least she's awake now,
This is true.
not taking a cat nap in the chair.
Imagine that. Give the woman some TikTok and she's awake.
wait,
now.
can you see it? Okay, you can see it. Perfect. You can see all my placements. Yeah, wait, yeah, I need.
That's one of those that spends half an hour in the bathroom because she's scrolling on TikTok.
That's why my legs
you
don't
go.
work.
I was being funny
You can see all my placements.
No, I don't understand that.
No, can't read it.
These are oh, I can just dim in more. You guys are blind. These are oh, I need to go out one more. There we go. These are tournaments that I played in the game. Third, second, third, first, fourth, third, first.
What game?
Third. Called Omega Strikers. Right. Right here.
Yeah, never heard of her.
Nah, it's because it's a dead game.
What's a dead game?
It's a game that never got off the ground.
I see. So why get good at it?
Because I was good at it. I played it when it was like wasn't even like fully like out. Yeah, I played it before it was fully released, and I got really good at it. And then I started winning tournaments. I played way too much this game. 2 years of my life. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to show that. Do I give Cat time to find more shitty videos?
No. Oh, she did. No, she didn't. She just hasn't. I just haven't deleted her.
I want to be super about that.
This is the same couple. We have to see this part.
I don't know that I want to see
Hilarious.
this.
Nothing else going on. Come on.
Oh no, we got them again.
Look at his face. Look
Dude,
at
he's
his
already cooked before the video starts.
Just look at his
All he's thinking about is, I just need to get out of here. I need to get away, and I need to find my balls. My
Great
balls
question.
are missing.
So it was me that initiated
Oh,
this
of course,
conversation
of
that got
course
us
it
to
was.
this point. And this was like the beginning of February.
Look at his
of
hand.
this year, 2021.
Look at him.
And
He's gonna die.
it had, we have a son together, and we had found ourselves in this cycle
No,
of
it's not even
having
funny
this
anymore.
conversation over the years, over and over again, where we'd hit this wall. And so I asked him,
He hit the wall.
like, for
She
me,
just
I
said.
want to remain a family. I want to remain friends. And so I feel like this is the best thing that we can do.
Yeah, and honestly, I was angry when she first brought up the uncoupling. I didn't take it great, but the way she brought it up was, is this as happy as you think you deserve to be? And is this all you want from life? And, I had to
Deserve
sit
to
with
be?
that for a little
Wow.
while and came to the realization that, maybe this is better for the both of us.
Stay tuned for part 2.
This guy is so cucked. It's
He's
so sad.
wait. That dude, seriously, he's waiting for. He's just waiting to get off that stage so he can go bang somebody.
There's no way he's banging anything. He doesn't have the
He
fucking
can't.
balls.
He doesn't have the He doesn't have enough tea to bang anything.
Imagine
that
how
dude,
fucking.
that dude looked supremely unhappy.
I mean, imagine how cooked you have to be to sit in a video with your now ex-wife being, oh yeah, she was the one who initiated this. I was mad about it at first, but we have a kid, so we need to work it out.
How do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
Just saying.
Yep.
Just saying. Come on, it's just a joke. It doesn't hurt. Your feelings aren't hurt. Just saying. Yeah.
Next, Cat. Next.
No.
Oh, I need to do more. Okay, let me.
No.
we need
time.
more.
No. What are you doing?
Content,
No.
great content.
It's
Hey, for
bad content.
for Believe out there, says I bought the PS2 just to play Gran Turismo 3. Quick public service announcement. If you have not watched Gran Turismo, it's a pretty good flick. So, recommended.
The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Good one too.
Excellent
Yeah.
movie. It's an
The
excellent
new
movie.
Beverly Hills Cop is pretty awesome.
I haven't seen
so-
that yet. I'll have
Oh
to,
yeah,
I'll have
if
to
you're,
watch
if you're
that.
a
I don't get to watch
you're a-
TV that much.
if you are a Beverly Hills Cop fan from back in the day, you will absolutely appreciate it. A lot of cameos, a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of stuff. They really put thought into it.
Good. Cat.
Oh no.
Okay, preface. This is an interview. I found like a little clip of it. The girl on the bottom, backstory. The girl on the bottom is a YouTuber, whatever, for over 10, 12 years. I don't know, 15 years, maybe 20. I've been following her for a long time. Her and her husband started a company back when YouTube was young, and they made millions of dollars doing it. Something like hair extensions or some crap like that. Anyways, and then they've been together bragging about how wonderful their relationship is. Their marriage is the best marriage for decades. And they posted their wedding, their child's birth. They do tons of couple content. Like, this is how to have a great relationship type content. Like, this is the type of people that they are, right? So that's the girl on the bottom. The girl on the top is a fashion blogger, Instagram girl, right? Her husband's 18 years older than her. They have 4 boys, right? And
Dude,
what?
Work.
Huh?
That dude put in work.
Yes. So so the girl on the bottom, her and her husband, they have 1 kid, right? A girl. The girl on the top, she has like 4 boys with her husband, 18-year age difference. As soon as the girl on the bottom started having relationship things and doing the conscious uncoupling stuff, the guy who's married to the girl who on top started doing a whole bunch of content about why they have a great relationship and why their age gap doesn't matter, and on and on and on, because he senses there's something amiss. Like, this is me as just a nosy person on the internet. This is what I get. He's terrified because all of her famous little internet girlfriends are doing the conscious uncoupling thing. She's the last one left. There's like 14 other girls that just did it. And these girls are famous with millions of girls following them that look up to these girls, these boss babes. Anyway, so the girl on the top, I think she's next. She keeps hinting at it. Anyways, I just want you to hear like how, huh?
Why does she look like she's about to cry before the video even starts?
That's just her face. She can't do anything about that.
How much plastic surgery has she had?
The one on top is young. This one is like 37.
Yeah, her face is frozen.
Well, she's probably doing the Botox. What are we going to do?
Probably a little bit of lip filler.
Yeah.
Just a little lip filler.
People, when they saw
It's nothing
that
serious.
Alex and I have separated romantically, they said, "Oh, I no longer believe in love." And I thought to myself, why? Just because a chapter has ended, does that mean it wasn't real? If anything, I believe in love even more. Love evolves and grows and changes just like everything else in life does. It's normal. It actually wouldn't be normal if it didn't. And for some people, they're lucky enough to have a very long chapter until the end of their days. And some people have short chapters. I am not sure I believe in the concept of just the one. I think there could be more than one. Now, I think I can experience even more love even more unconditionally.
I think that bitch has hit a wall. I think she found the wall. And you know what? The wall always wins.
Right.
I think she's telling the world she wants back. I think that's what she just said.
Huh?
I think she's in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, she's been the one on the bottom. She's been with this one dude her whole life. They got together when they were young, made lots of money, had, their kid and everything, traveled the world, did the whole shebang. And now she's like wants to bone some other people. So she did this whole elaborate thing, broke up her family, went all over the internet on an internet parade talking about how great it is and how she loves him, but she just doesn't want to have sex with him, which is so humiliating. And they have like a kid, and she's going to be bringing dudes around.
So cooked.
He should have laid it down better, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, she has hit the wall. I'm just telling you, she's hit the wall.
Yeah, but she has millions of dollars, so she doesn't need like someone to take
she
care
doesn't
of
need
her.
a man when the world's giving her attention.
Yeah, she's getting all her attention from like other women who are like, "You're so wonderful" on the internet. I think she has a delusion that she can find someone who's going to love her, but in the end, they're just going to use her.
She's hit the wall, and reality is the wall always wins, right? Like all women hit the wall, and when they hit the wall, that's the end of it.
I don't know. It's just like it's crazy, and why are you gonna put your kid in that situation now. Have all these strange weirdos around like a little girl. That's so creepy and crazy.
Their
to risk
happiness
that.
is more important than the kid.
Something.
Yep.
Weird.
Like if there's no kids and you want to break up and be a hoe, have at it. But once there's kids, there needs to be something that says no. Wait till they're out of the house. 18 out of the house.
Yeah, I go with that. That's pretty interesting.
But my God, if you've gone that long, like I don't get the. This is where the whole being stubborn and having the drive to see things through, and like it baffles me to no end. People that go 15 years, 18 years, 20 years, whatever it is, and get divorced. It's like, oh my God, like really?
Yeah, it's pretty rough, man. Gotta be honest. It's pretty rough.
Like it makes me feel that one or both of them, and likely both, were not putting in the work. Because if you put in 18 years of freaking work, you'd figure something out. Like,
yeah, but I think it's just a
that.
popular thing for that crowd to do. I kind of like what Kat was saying. Like all of the friends are doing it and all of that. So,
and you don't know when you're talking about social media, personalities and things like that. You got to wonder too, how much of it is show. Like they're technically still together and they're technically still banging and they're technically still doing all of this, but the public face is we're doing this crazy, whatever Kat called it, gun coupling or whatever the heck crap.
Yeah, a fake term they created to get attention.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true.
Stranger things have happened, right?
Stranger things happen every day.
Yeah, but these stranger things don't usually get documented for the world to see.
Well, but drama sells.
Yeah, I was gonna say they didn't document it for the world to see. They just did it. This is actually a pretty cool video of of a Japanese gym class. This is let me hit play here. Where is this? So Kat and I have complete.
Okay, so clearly the message was lost in my previous video because everybody focused on the fact that I used a video of a Chinese kindergarten. So I'm going to offset that here by using video of a Japanese.
I don't know how I messed that up. There we go.
So clearly the message was lost in my previous video because everybody focused on the fact that I used a video of a Chinese kindergarten. So I'm going to offset that here by using video of a Japanese kindergarten class. Now, a lot of people that comment on the previous post who are teachers said, yes, their school was reducing PE time or even getting rid of their playgrounds. I know that schools do still have gym and they have recess. However, I own a sport performance facility. I've been seeing athletes for over 12 years, maybe thousands of youth athletes. And these are kids that play sports. The level of coordination that these kindergartners are showing is not normal. And you're lying if you are saying that all of our kindergartners have that. And I don't care if we have it in kindergarten and then it stops. It needs to continue throughout school. So this study looked at the brains of students who either sat quietly or who went for a walk. The students that were walking showed improved response accuracy, greater brain activity with regards to attention and cognitive processing, and actually improved outcome on a subsequent academic task.
So
There's also a meta-analysis of 53 studies that show that youth that participated in resistance training showed improved academic performance, improved behavior, and cognitive processing. Lastly, we know that exercise increases the flow of oxygen to the brain and it increases neurotransmitter in the brain, which help with concentration, learning, memory, and even your ability to tolerate stress.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool, right? That's a way better video, Kat. Just putting it out there.
Humans need exercise.
Horror stories.
Go figure, right?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, look at did you see those little guys running around there? Man, that was awesome.
Yeah.
They were, that's the cool kid stuff right there. Like literally the cool kid stuff. Actually, I like this one too. Why is my volume all the way up? That was weird. Anyway. So the uncoupling epidemic, Kat. Interesting. So weird. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like it's kind of like the ultimate version of what you were talking about, how women should not have friend groups, especially friend groups that include single women or toxic women, because they will poison each other at the drop of a hat. They will destroy your relationship to get ahead without a second thought.
Yep.
Without even the least little concern.
Guys do it too, though. You have to, single guys who are miserable and jealous, they do it too, because they're very feminine.
I don't know about that, Kat.
I've seen it. They'll be
I've
like,
actually,
come to
I
the
don't know that
bar
I've
with
ever
me.
had one of my male friends.
No guy has said, come to the bar with me, or I'm trying to get over this girl. Let's go to the strip club. Let's go meet
It's
these
totally different
girls.
when dudes do it. I'm telling you, it's totally different. If that's the context, right? Like, hey man, I just need to hang out with somebody tonight or something like that.
No, but like specifically at the strip club, at the bar, let's go to a club and whatever. To tell a married man to go hang out with you because you're single now.
Well, no, I've never had, as a married person, I've never had one of my single friends say, hey, let's go hang out and do single person things. Now, I've had married dudes who are not being very good married dudes talk about, hey, go with me to this place, or hey, go do that, or whatever. And I'm like, no, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? You're married. I have to remind them that they're married. But no, single dudes, in my experience, do not ask married dudes to do anything, because the answer is almost always going to be, nah,
No.
bro, we're not doing that.
You guys want to watch a video worse than any video we've watched so far?
I've got one for Kat. Hang on,
The one I've got, you guys have probably seen before, but it's pretty awful and it's worth watching. It's pretty funny.
All right, let me hit the button here. Where is it at? There it is.
He's pressing the button.
You gotta get the right button. All right.
I'm single, you're single. What do you say we get married?
Well, I'm glad you finally decided on the direct approach.
Yeah, well, I'm a businessman at heart.
As am I. What's your offer?
Single rich male seeks matrimony.
Primary residence?
Westchester County.
Would you be open to considering a secondary residence in Manhattan?
Central Park West.
South.
Done. Time spent together.
8 hours, 5 days a week.
7 hours, 12 hours weekends.
55 hours aggregate. Specifics to be determined later.
I'm amenable to that. Children.
1,
3.
2.
Done. But one of them has to be a male.
I'll see what I can do. Vacations.
December, Hawaii.
June, the vineyard.
June, fine, but Hawaii.
Nope, the vineyard.
Is that a deal breaker for you?
I'm afraid so.
Me too. Well, we gave it a shot.
I'm sure you'll find a better match.
Thanks for the time.
That's great.
Yeah. It is great, right? Come on, Kat. Now that's funny.
No, I
That's
remember
good stuff.
this. Yeah, that's how dates are supposed to be. You don't waste all your time with people.
I'm amenable to that. That's great. That's just great.
55 hours aggregate, details to be worked out later.
That's right. That's yeah, because that's exactly how it should work. You know, like why is it I mean, just why would it not work that way? That just seems foreign to me, right? Like you do negotiate out the details. You know, I don't know. I mean, I just find this stuff interesting. I'm probably the only one. So I'll do one more. I'll just do one more here. Hang on.
Oh, we got another banger loaded up.
Whoop, wrong button. Dang it. What in the world happened there? Why did that not present?
You broke it.
I broke it. Dang it. What was wrong with me? All right, we'll finish. We'll try it again.
It's more broken than the McDonald's shake machine.
Anyway, so what do you think about the uncoupling thing?
What?
Oh, hang on. Stand by. All right, we're going to try this again. Oh, no, that's what I did wrong. There we go. Sorry, my bad. I did it wrong.
Technology.
There we go.
Hey, no. I took this one out for you. You take this one, I keep this. You are not taking my whole wallet so you can go shopping.
I was just gonna buy some groceries.
Bullshit.
I love it. That's amazing. Oh God!
Kat, do you not get that? Are you not familiar with the Jetsons?
Yes, I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
all right. I always wondered that too as a kid. I was like, why did she take his whole? Why does he let her take his whole wallet?
Right.
What is wrong with him?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here? Why is this guy? Something's broken. So, yeah.
Even back then, there was an agenda.
Yeah, unfortunately. What can you do?
We can end the CAA.
Abolish the ATF.
Yes, I agree with that. The second one, yes, absolutely. So anyway, all right, I got one more. I lied. I have one more. Since Kat's gonna make me pull up all of this nonsense. Oh, wait, wrong button.
Tough today.
Oh, just sit down and relax. Tell me everything about it, my big, strong man. I'm making you food and we can have all night long shaboing.
Work was so tough today.
You think you had a bad day? You think you had a bad day? I've had raging anxiety all day today and I'm so hungry I haven't eaten anything yet today and I'm on my period.
Work was so tough today.
Oh, just sit.
Kat's losing it. Kat's losing it. That was funny, right, Kat?
It was cute. I've seen it.
You've seen it? I thought it was very funny.
Do you think you had a hard day?
Right.
No, but I do know people who are like the latter. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I got one more. This one's for Clover.
Oh my! How many one mores are there gonna be, Grid?
As many as I want.
It's Grid's show.
He's evil.
So. All right. Let's do this thing really quick. This one's actually for Clover Tack. He's gonna like this.
I hope we don't have guns in it.
You hope it doesn't?
Ed, I was a part of a youth rifle league. One day, my grandpa came up to me and he's like, "Hey, you're 12 now. Want to shoot a gun?" Well, hell yeah, I want to shoot a gun. I've been waiting for that moment all my life. You know what I'm doing? I've played GoldenEye 64. Where's the Z button on this goddamn thing? Every Saturday morning, I'd go and target shoot 22 caliber rifles with a bunch of other kids. I know what you're thinking. A bunch of kids in a room with rifles sounds like a bad idea. If you talk shit about Scooby-Doo one more time, I'm gonna blow your goddamn brains out. But the instructor made sure firearm safety was branded into our brains. You see this thing? It's not a toy. It's not a goddamn Tamagotchi or whatever the hell you kids play with these days. So don't be a bunch of dumbasses. Now, most kids shot their own rifles that they brought from home, but my ass was broke, so I didn't have one. I had to borrow one from the club. Here, you can use this crusty-ass rifle we found in a trench in World War I. We just been using it to prop up a table the past 3 months anyways. This goddamn gun was half the size of my body. There's like dried blood on it and shit. So there I was, on the firing line with my gun from the Antique Roadshow. Is this thing gonna explode in my hand when I shoot it? Now, I was not a very good shot when I first started shooting. And to make things worse, I was always the last one done shooting. So that meant that everyone would have their eyes on me, watching me shoot like a bunch of perverts. I'd be nervous as hell. I'd be trembling like I'm going through morphine withdrawals. I'd take my last shot, fucking hit the wood, holding up the target. Oh my God, he hit the wood. What an idiot. Just laying there embarrassed. What the hell was that? What are you, holding the gun upside down? How the hell do you hit the wood? Now, it's important to remember that this was a competition, and we weren't competing by ourselves. No, we were all split up into teams of 3, and my team was me and 2 17-year-old kids. Not really kids, they're practically grown-ass men at this point. We don't have anything in common. They don't watch the Angry Beavers like I do. They watch shit like Dawson's Creek. Dawson's Creek? Who the fuck is Dawson's Creek? They have these fancy rifles that their dads bought them. Things got like fucking antennas off the sides and an iPod dock and shit. Hello? What? Sorry, I'm talking on my gun phone. Can you hear me? And these guys were pretty good. They're knocking bullseyes left and right. They're shooting behind their head and shit. That's damn good shooting. You're a real Lee Harvey Oswald, aren't you? Meanwhile, I'm over here shooting like a nearsighted stormtrooper. Holy hell, some Lee Harvey Oswald you are. Jesus, JFK would have fucking seen the moon landing if your ass was shooting at him. Needless to say, I was the weak link on our little rifle team. Now, for every match, we would shoot 4 rounds in 4 different positions. And offhand was the hardest position by far, because you're just standing there and you got no support. I'd be out there trying to steady this 25-pound grandpa rifle with my 12-year-old noodle arms. I'm shooting all over the goddamn place. My target looks like I'm shooting my name in cursive down there. I'm shooting out light bulbs and shit. The instructor's pulling out Kevlar vests for everybody. We got like a camera crew out there filming me. What not to do when shooting a rifle indoors? I'm surprised somebody didn't go out there and just break my rifle in half. That's enough of that bullshit. You're gonna fucking kill somebody, you maniac. But in the end, it didn't matter how bad I shot because we won the championship anyways. My teammates were so good, I could have shot my rifle backwards and we still would have won. I know I didn't contribute much. Hell, I was practically the mascot of my goddamn team. But we still won. Hey, I get a trophy too, right? I'm still a part of this team, even though I don't got a fancy spaceship rifle or Dawson's Creek. I'm a goddamn champion. Who wants my autograph?
Bruce2.com. That's wonderful.
That's pretty good.
Wonderful, dude.
Look at Cat.
Send me that on Discord. Send me that on Discord, please. Please send me that on Discord. Please send me that on Discord.
Okay, all right.
I've got to share that shit like everywhere. Oh, I'm crying over here, dude. You got me crying. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my God. It's very South Park-esque, you know? It's just hilarious. It's hilarious.
It is really a great one.
JFK would have seen the moon landing.
Yeah, the irreverence is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, and talking about the 25-pound rifle with his little noodle arms.
Yeah, 12-year-old noodle arms.
That's awesome. Poor Cat's just like, I don't know. Whatever. You guys, can I go to bed now? That's what Cat's really thinking. Can I go to bed now?
It was like midnight for Cat. So,
yeah, it's bedtime.
Is it time for my shitty video?
Yeah, go ahead. Throw it in there.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's very funny.
Cat's definitely seen this before. There's no way.
Cat's seen everything before. Except the last one. She didn't see that coming. It was awesome.
Oh, did I fail? Did I fail? I think I might have
No,
failed.
I just hadn't. I got distracted. 1 second. Give me a second. I got to add it to stage, and now you have control of it.
Okay, now I got to restart it. Okay.
Guys, I went on a date
That's
this
crazy.
week and I
That's crazy.
felt the feminism leaving my body. I live on the east side of LA, and if you don't know what that means, it's sort of like the artsier part of
I've
LA,
seen this
you
one.
know.
Yep.
It's people say it's like Brooklyn and New York. Like, so I go on dates with a lot of men and women who, you know, live over here. There's always a negotiation about who pays, and that's great. I like to pay for people, all that. But what I will say is that I sort of fell into going on a date with the most guy's guy I've ever been on a date with. And he's from West, you know, Santa Monica. He's a bro, right? A guy's guy is usually not my type. Like, I cannot remember the last time that I went on a date with like a straight bros bro. You know what I'm saying? But it befell me. It befell me in organic fashion. So
Her
I'm on a
hand
date with
gestures
this
are
guy, and
disturbing.
the thing about a guy's guy is he's putting his card down. He's paying for everything. And I really it sort of activated something feral in me. I'm not gonna lie. We went to like another bar and he was gonna go to the bathroom. So I was getting prepared to pay for our drinks because he's been paying all night. Of course, I'm gonna pay for the next round. But as he's going to leave for the bathroom, he turns to me and he hands me his credit card. And he goes, "Here's my card. Get us whatever." It might be time for me to get away from all these, you know, liberal snowflakes on the east side. Guys, I went on a date this week and I felt
Yeah, when I seen that, I don't remember where I seen it at. I called bullshit pretty quick. Like, that's fake. She's telling us.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very.
She
genuine.
dreamed a little dream last night and thought it was real. Apparently,
A dream. I'm having a dream.
It was extremely performative. I don't know what this is. Every time she every time she says something.
Yeah, that was weird. All right. Anyway,
She looks not entirely straight. I mean,
Cat's
she did
throwing
say
another
boys
one
and
out.
girls.
Cat's throwing another one into the ring.
Oh no. Oh, not this girl again. Oh wait, she found the clip in the hour-long video.
No, this is the girl that was interviewing the girl that did the conscious uncoupling, and they started, like, this is her husband. They started doing a lot of videos about their marriage and how they stay together. And this dude, look at the terror in his eyes because he knows his wife is like seconds away to leave him. Like, all her little friends just left their husbands, and he's hanging on for dear life.
When it comes to divorce, and this is where I think you and I have a difference of opinion, when it comes to divorce, I'm not a big fan. And I don't believe that people should get divorced. And that may be like a controversial take on it, but people give up too easily. People, what they don't understand, and what I'm seeing the mistake that people make is that they feel if they are with somebody for a long time, and let's say they have children, they've established a home, whatever the reason for getting divorced, the issue is that when they meet someone else, give it a few years, they're going to be right back in the same place with that new person. So if they can't figure out, if they can't resolve issues with that other human being that they at one point loved and they at one point built a family with and they got as far as they did, if they can't figure out how to resolve that, then in my opinion, it's just going to repeat itself and they'll be just as ill-equipped to handle it the next time it happens. And then the second time it happens, they'll likely stay in a shitty marriage because they don't want to be twice divorced. So that's why I believe you got to figure things out with your first marriage.
I mean, if I'm being honest, it's a very simplistic and very abstract kind of opinion, because I think that with the topic of divorce, there's so many aspects to it. And I believe that, especially in the cases that we've seen recently around us, I believe that, you know, people are putting in an effort, but there are a lot of things that are changing. People change, you know, they realize what they want or don't want, especially those that got together when they were younger. I think a lot of people grow apart. I think there's emotional neglect. There's so many aspects
But
to
everything
it.
you're talking about says to me that insufficient effort is being put on staying together. The institution of marriage, I highly believe in. I believe in it. I believe that when a man and a woman make a commitment to each other, they should understand that they're both going to change and that things will change and nasty things will happen. Yeah, they'll grow apart, but they have to figure it out. Yes, somebody may cheat, but they have to get to the root of why it happened. And we can talk about infidelity too, but I mean, that can be resolved too. That hopefully
Really?
can be,
Can it?
that should be, listen, that should be resolved before it even happens. Right. So like, I think it's very difficult to continue after there's been infidelity in a marriage. I think that's a very hard thing to do. It should be prevented as much as possible. And I think that there are ways to prevent it. There's open communication and there's effort. You have to put in effort. And I also, and again, this might be a controversial thing, but I don't necessarily think that the responsibility for infidelity lies in the person who commits the adultery. It's not exclusively on that person.
I agree with that.
Because it's both partners' responsibility to ensure that it doesn't happen. And whatever was lacking, in some cases it's physical, which means one of the partners, needs to, not needs to, but they need to figure out how to get that chemistry back if that chemistry is gone.
Listen.
So basically, he is trying and she is giving like the, I don't know. But what if they just don't feel it? People grow apart. He's trying to save it. You could tell.
So that's his wife?
Yeah. They're
Okay.
18 years age difference.
Why are they doing this online? Like, why would they do that?
Well,
they've got a YouTube gold play button right there
Yeah.
behind her on the screen.
Yes. And the YouTube channel is all about her. He runs her business, which is basically her posting everything on the internet.
Interesting.
But do you see what I see?
They both look pretty miserable. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how that works out, right? Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Well, my bets are they'll be the next ones to consciously.
Well, I mean, I'm
uncouple.
sure. I mean, again, it's part of it's unfortunately the reality is that in specific circles, that is something that really happens all the time. And it's kind of like the antithesis of red pill, right? Like red pill's trying to fix things to some degree. This is more like a black pill doomer. Why not? Why not just go do it because life is going to end anyway? And why would I not go and just do what I want to do? Right. Not quite black pill, but black pill adjacent probably. I don't know.
But what do you think can be done to prevent things like this from happening? Because if you look at the guy, he did everything, right. He married a young woman, virgin, whatever. She was like 18. He was like 18 years older than her, which is a little, it's a little weird, but whatever, the thing is, she did come from a single parent household. It was just her and her mom. There was no father.
I don't know that that's a factor here. I think here's the problem.
I think it can, but it's more of a compounding thing. In and of itself, I would agree with you that no.
I think that she's, I mean, to me, it sounds like she's trying to sell herself the bill of goods that her friends have given her. And he doesn't have balls enough to just stand up and say, if you want to fucking leave and be done with it. And if you're going to stay and do do the right thing. And that's the end of it, right? Like this is to me, this is more the perfect example of how he doesn't have the maturity level himself, or what I would call the stones. He doesn't have the stones to just stand up and say, look, woman, you're being weird. Shut the fuck up and go make me a damn sandwich.
Right.
And while you're at it, think about what you've done. Or whatever, you know, like, I mean, he's just not, I mean, actually, that's probably an extreme example, but I'm being a little bit facetious there, but he's not telling her that. What he's telling her is that while he doesn't believe in divorce, which I agree with, I don't believe in divorce either. While he doesn't agree with divorce, you can tell she doesn't really believe in divorce either. And she's not like,
I think
super
it does.
I don't think she believes in divorce either. I think that she's going along with it because of her friends, and she's looking at or to him to throw her a lifeline to give her a reason to stay, right? Like an actual reason, not like, well, I just don't believe in divorce, but like, hey, you're the mother of my children. There's if you're unhappy about something, we can talk about that. We can work that out. If you think you're missing out on something, you know, then we need to talk about that. If you feel like that you're not, you know, you're not receiving whatever that you need in this relationship, we can talk about that. But he sounds like he just doesn't have, he's just not being, this is what you get when you decide to not be a man.
Their entire business is based on making her the center of it. And I feel like when you do that, the same with the other couple, they did this. They make the woman the center. Like this is like, and like they always talk about like she doesn't have to cook or clean or anything. She has nanny, she has this, people that help her because she's the big boss lady. And then it's just like, well, I'm all this. What do I need you for? You're just my, you know, employee at this point. You're just my manager. I can get a new manager.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to go and find their, you know, young, hot dudes. Just like how guys, you know, when they get corrupted, they want to leave their wife for young, hot girls. Like this is the same mentality. Like now, like the bad women are doing this and then making this seem like they're so cool. Like, look at us. We can get like young, hot guys now, even though we're like older, whatever, because we have money.
I mean, all this is doing is building up her and her YouTube channel while simultaneously ruining the relationship. Benefits the man in no way, just benefits her.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that without her being in his life, he doesn't have a career.
She is what his career, he spent all his time and effort into building her career up. And I feel like it sounds like it's so nice and noble, but once you do that, once you give women power, like what do they need you for? Once you turn them into
token,
like
he built her career,
but that's not what they think.
Needs him as much as he needs her.
Yeah, that's not what they think.
It's irrelevant what she thinks. I'm just stating what is the most likely fact is that because of him, she is successful. Other than that, she's just a pretty face. So if she walks away from him, she's most likely just going to get taken advantage of by whoever is out there and could end up far worse off than she ever thought she could be. And this is what happens to women. And I hate to say it, but this is how they learn. So I guess I don't care. I think that it's bad. I think it's a bad plan all the way around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's just once you have a platform, the platform doesn't disappear. So that's not totally wrong. She could just get rid of it tomorrow. And I mean, she wouldn't have any feelings about it.
Yeah. Yep. It's an interesting deal for sure. All right. Well, I'm going to move the show got kind of slow there. I was expecting a little bit more, but that's okay. All right. We're doing really good in the first hour and a half with the patriarchy and red pill or anti-red pill or red pill adjacent, whatever discussions. I really like that. And I don't necessarily want to go back to those, but I need to, want to get some, I want to get the topic moving back. Also, Stepfire, welcome in. Getting in a little late this evening, but that's okay, man. Take a seat, have fun. Cam the King, I doubt the massive amounts of simps ready to support bad shit and hand out money for a chat to get read and their name spoken by a woman. I mean, to some degree, you're probably right about that. But here's the thing. There are a lot of beautiful women. It takes a lot to differentiate but one beautiful woman from another. For every one successful, beautiful woman that you see, for every Nala, for every whatever this girl's name is, like I don't even know who the fuck she is. For every one of those, there's 100, 1,000 that thought they were going to be her and are not her. And what was the magical? What makes it? Well, a big part of it is more than likely, the dude behind the scenes making it happen, making sure that she's portrayed in the right light.
What I was fixing to say.
Making sure that the right people work with her, making sure that she covers the right subjects. And when you lose that, when people walk away and say, "Well, I can do it by myself. I don't need you." How do you know? How do you know you didn't need that person? Right? You probably, you'd think you did it all on your own, but did you? Probably not. And and again, while she's not unattractive, there's a lot of beautiful women in the world. A lot. They make new ones every day. I'm just saying.
Well, I know a lot of women that are, on the scale of 1 to 10 that are 2s and maybe 4s at best that pull down crazy money with social media and YouTube and other things. And it's creepers is how they're able to do that. Y'all say simps. We call them creepers. And in every single one of those cases, it is a husband or a boyfriend behind the scenes that has gotten them where they're at and keep them where they're at. So it's essentially the man that's pimping out his woman type scenario. I mean, the woman's complicit, don't get me wrong, because they love the attention and the whatever, right? And the money and the other things that come with it. But they're definitely complicit, but the man ultimately is pimping her out.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that too. I mean, I think that, one of the problems with these types of content creators is I hate to say you're only as good as your last video, but you kind of are. And she may have been looking at her analytics and said, you know what? I'm just not hitting it. I'm not making the marks. I'm not reaching the goals. I need to do something else. What can I do? Well, it's got to be dramatic. All right. Well, why don't I get a divorce? Right. Everyone else is doing it. So-and-so did it and her numbers jumped 10% or 15%, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of a weird subject for me because those people don't operate in what I would consider reality. So I just don't give a fuck, I guess. Just let them fuck up their lives. It's
They
kinda where I'm at.
operate in social media land where they follow Kim Kardashian's every move.
Yeah, something like that for sure. Yeah, activate simp army. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's a weird subject, honestly. It's a weird way to talk about it. Like, I guess if you're just in the public eye that much, it probably doesn't matter, but so whatever. But
Yeah, it depends on the lane that you're into, the niche and all that. And I don't know what theirs is. Cat, I'm assuming does, but are they in like more of a relationship style, lifestyle niche, Cat, or what does that look like for their channel?
Which one?
The one we just watched.
Oh yeah, she started doing. You want me to show you?
no, just tell it. You can just tell us.
Okay, she does these things where she wears like an outfit, a high-end one and like a cheap one, whatever, that looks very similar. Stupid stuff like that.
I think I've seen I've seen this. There's a content creator. I don't remember. I think she's in New York or somewhere that I think that she does kind of a similar thing where she'll do take one piece and make 3 outfits out of it or some shit like that. I think I've seen stuff like that before. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, and she has a CEO and everything. Like, it's a huge company with like a board and everything. Just off this one chick.
Well, it's hard to have a CEO over one chick, so
because they have a different branches, like the podcasts and like what else do they do? They have like a clothing line that they just started and a whole bunch of little things, but she's the brand.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes it even.
She's the face of the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, lost my train of thought. It's weird. Anyone have anything they want to any pertinent topics they want to roll down the oh no, not another one.
You don't have to play it. This is just another one of these bloggers. Like, I'll keep it on silent. This is another one, and this is her divorce story and how fashionable. Oh my gosh, this is a new chapter in your life. Every woman needs to have this new chapter in your life. It's like the guy you have your kids with isn't the guy you're supposed to be with. Ladies, go out there and get a younger, hotter dude. Doesn't matter. 40, 50 is the new 12. I don't know. So yeah.
Here, Grit, I'll give you something to talk about.
Yeah, man.
It's my bedtime. You guys can talk shit about me because I'm leaving.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, though.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man. See you, buddy. Go get some sleep. All right. Finally, he's gone. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
You're going too?
It's 30 minutes past. I gotta go.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But you guys have fun.
You've missed a lot of work lately. You've got to put in some makeup hours.
No thanks.
No thanks.
But you guys have fun.
I
Good
will.
luck.
Thank you very much. All right.
Good night.
Cool.
Good night.
I forgot to send Andrew the link tonight. That's why the show feels off. I didn't send Andrew the link. I'm tired too, actually.
If he was around, he probably would have popped into the chat. I've never seen him pop up. So
Yeah. If he would, well, he sometimes will just kind of skip through and
he'll usually say something, at least something out in the chat.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So, what else is there cool stuff to talk about?
I don't know. We can fucking talk about anything now, though.
I know, right? Talk about money, talk about finance, all that kind of
Oh, Arthur Dye's got some gun shit out there. Uh-oh.
Oh, what we got? Why is there always an ammo shortage? Because we're always buying it.
Typically because it's a manufactured shortage. There's not really necessarily a shortage. It's just everybody screams there is. But
Angel Berber, what did Andrew debate on?
Hey, there's Dave.
Rumble Time?
Dave's here,
Hey.
man.
Huh? Yeah. Hi, Dave. I'm not Dave. Dave's here though. Welcome, Dave. Yeah, I'll have to watch it. I didn't. The last couple of debates from Andrew have been really good. I actually listened to an interview that Andrew did with Jake from Rattlesnake TV today while I was out doing some stuff, and I have to tell you, it was pretty interesting. And I had this whole deal where I thought I had an idea of what some of Andrew's takes were, but in the reality of it was that I think I underestimated some of them. Like his take on libertarianism is hilarious. And his view on leftists is even more awesome. We got $9.99 super chat here from Slop. Thanks for having me on, Grid. I'll have to be on another time with a set topic, and when I'm not exhausted, have a good rest of your night, guys. Grid and Tack. Absolutely, man. Thank you for being on. He reached out to me to be on, and I said, sure, why not? We actually were supposed to have a couple of guests tonight, and unfortunately, a couple of them, well, one of them that I really thought was going to be on did not contact me back. So it happens, you know. I'm finding out that when Brian talks about people flaking on shows, I can't imagine what it'd be like in person. People flake for a remote in show. Like all you have to do is just be sitting in front of your computer and talk for a couple of hours.
I have it happen regularly. I'm working on scheduling out the fall podcast season, or kind of getting my short list, I would call it, together for guests that I'm going to reach out to, and currently got about 16 or 17, I guess, in that short list that I'm going to reach out to. And typically, in order to get 12 to 15 episodes, I've usually got to reach out to about 30, because only about maybe 20 of the 30 are going to follow through and actually, set up a time and do all that. And then inevitably, at least 2 or 3 will flake. If not the day of, then the day before. But usually the day of, they flake. So.
Yeah.
Sometimes with notice, sometimes without. So it's.
I'm always really surprised at how many people flake just for call-in shows like this, or remote in shows like this. And I'm not talking about like just, I have people like Slop, who is just a kid who I call him a kid. I think he's 20, 21, something like that. But he's just a kid who wanted to be on the show. I asked him what he wanted to talk about. He didn't really have any ideas. I assumed that I'd have somebody else on the show tonight that would help lead the discussion, and he would just kind of fall in.
Yeah.
And it just did not work out. So I can't understand how people can be less prepared for a call-in debate or discussion or anything like that. That's just weird. Angel broke down because the moderator, who was the moderator, first off, came in the debate, and 2v1 on Andrew. That's really funny. Nothing like Andrew likes better than having two targets. It's supposed to be about Christian morality is the best morality for society. Who was he debating and whatever that? Rumble is where he does his hard, no holds barred debates. Yeah, Rumble's changing their rules. I don't actually stream to Rumble anymore. It's not worth the trouble.
The biggest thing for me with streaming to Rumble, I don't know if I am on the late season coming up or not, but the biggest thing for me with Rumble right now is they finally got it to where I can set up all the stream keys and everything, where I do not have to go over there and set up something every single solitary time. I can do it all from StreamYard as far as the setup. The problem is I've got to go over there and kill. I've still got to go over there and kill the stream. You've got it set up, Rumble, where, you know what I mean? Where you got the stream key and StreamYard will do everything. How hard can it possibly be to tie in when you click end? It ends in on Rumble. It makes no sense to me.
I never noticed that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I wonder who the moderator was. Yeah, people actually do not hold themselves to their wording. And it's some of the weirdest. Honestly, I just think that people they think they want to be on, but then they have either a hard day at work, or they have a hard afternoon, or they just don't, or whatever they thought they were going to talk about when they actually played it back in their mind was not as cool as they thought it was. So I don't get it. I mean, I've talked to a couple of guys, and it's the same. I think it's the same for almost everyone. Like, people just flake, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't think it's out. I don't understand why it's so hard. And it's
and it is not I found this out. It is not a younger generation, older generation age gap type thing either. For me, it's across the board,
I'm
like
not familiar with Ralph from Killstream. So, hello, James Life Talks. Haven't seen you. Have I seen you in here before? I don't think I've seen you in here before. How are you this fine evening? And how did you find us, or find me? I guess not necessarily us, but
because you're all popular and shit, man.
I guess. Yeah, I'm weird. He's retarded. All right. Thanks for the heads up. Are we not men? I heard that it was less than epic. So I'll send Andrew the link. Hang on, let me do that. I'll just do it right now. Fuck it. But you gotta admit, the Rifle League cartoon was
dude, I was fucking rolling. I've already sent that. Thanks, by the way. I've already sent that around to several gun message boards and everything else. They've probably already seen it. Maybe people have, but I've never seen it. And I'll watch that again 1,000 damn times, dude, because that's epic. It's so fun.
It is, right? And it's so accurate. Like the fact that his teammates carried him is just like, it's just too good. It's too good. So
yeah, I may share it publicly some places tomorrow. May share it on my community tab and a couple other places.
Yeah,
I shared it kind of privately in some groups and things tonight, but
yeah,
it's epic, man. It's wonderful. And I went over there and I was actually looking at the YouTube channel because the Facebook, I couldn't get the Facebook link to work right when I was sharing. So I had to go to their YouTube channel and pull the link. And there's several, I'm going to have to go over there. There's several more videos over there they've got. If that one is that funny, there's a few more I looked at and I'm like, oh shit, I got to go back and watch those too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The Bruce Stew is actually really pretty funny. I think they're pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great.
So Andrew will be in fine form. If he does come over, it will be fucking hilarious. You know what else is funny is that, so I like to think that I'm a pretty welcoming and open person to have just basically anybody, maybe not anybody, but
I think sometimes to your own detriment, but yeah.
Yeah, right. I'll have people on that maybe I shouldn't have on, or whatever. And,
Yeah, right. Give them a chance when they don't need one. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Good. James Life Talks. I'm doing well, sir. I do recognize World War I and II expert 85. Excellent. I think you were even on a panel maybe at one point or maybe you were just posted an answer to a panel at some point. I remember you. But it's interesting because I go, one of the things that I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to expand my audience, right? Like that's what we all tried to do that. And I'm trying to refine my content. It's very hard to actually refine your content and, have good conversations when it's basically the same group of people hearing you speak. It's the same 30, 40, 50 people.
Yeah.
So, so I'm trying to get into other groups and just, get the word out, so to speak. Right. Like,
yeah.
And I'm not saying that I'm going out and just beating people over the head. I'm talking about, if they have a self-promotion place in their Discord, I'll put it in their Discord. If it's a Facebook group, and I'll just be like really polite and say, hey, I have this show and blah, blah, blah. But I think Facebook, when I do that, Facebook basically mutes my post because they don't like it. So
yeah, Facebook doesn't jive, has never really jived right with the YouTube anyway. So, two things. Let's see, is it just two? Yeah, I think two. Number one, I think that just in the time I've been around, I think your streams have gotten better. Number two, I noticed right away when you're talking about communication and sharing and posting, I noticed you are not using your YouTube community tab, and you absolutely should be over there to share upcoming shows, ideas, to tag other shows, and you need to be posting once a day to your YouTube community, at least once a day to your YouTube community tab. You can always do, especially with the amount of subscribers you've got now. You could be doing polls to help with certain topics that people want to see or hear about. And then what I was going to ask, do you keep like a running list of any type of potential topics? Like, do you keep a notepad around or something where you jot those down?
Well, I use a Word document, but it's
that's fine. Yeah. Just something to, whenever you're thinking about it, throw them in there real quick, and then that way, you never run into any awkward silence or craziness. You can always just pull a topic from that real quick and move on.
Yeah. And it's interesting because like some shows like tonight, I'm a little bit tired, and I feel like I've talked about Red Pill all week, and I feel like I've talked about religion the entire week before. So I'm just like, please, another topic, something that doesn't have to do anything, that doesn't have anything to do with Red Pill or religion. Cat's uncoupling stuff that kind of was weird. It kind of put me off it put me off a little bit, to be honest with you, because it's tough for me to see men acting like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, that whole concept's foreign to me. And it's what I struggle with, and I'm sure I struggle with a lot of the things that you struggle with, and the other ones out there, Ghost, and I know for a fact, and some of the other ones that have been married for any significant amount of time, struggle with a lot of that shit too. You see stuff like that, and you're like, that don't make any sense. These are some weak ass people, or like, what's the issue here?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to talk. I tend to talk a lot of politics through the day. So in theory, the evening shows should be mostly relationship men's issues, interaction, that kind of thing. It should be more personal, and the daytime shows should be, business and politics and that kind of thing. So I do kind of create the divide there, but I roll them all into one. So,
Yeah.
and
Well, you got to realize you're spanning multiple time zones. You're spanning
Mhm.
potentially multiple countries,
Oh,
and
definitely.
so you would think, okay, well, let's do something a little more laid back, maybe in the evening, with people. But then, if you think about it, what is the evening, right?
Yeah.
Because of the different time zones and the other things. So, at the end of the day, it's really hard to nail that down. I think that what you've got to look at is what topics are going to provide the best value proposition for the listener as well as the best entertainment, right?
Yeah.
And just
I agree with that.
kind of run with those.
I really agree. I agree with all of that. I think where I'm going to go now with the show is I'm going to basically segregate it into, daytime is more of a current event, news,
News of the day type thing.
yeah, news of the day, business, politics, stuff that you would expect to hear from while you're at work, right? And then the evening shows I'll keep as current events, relationships, religion, all of the things that I've been talking about at night. I just need to structure them a little better, which I'm always trying to refine anyway. It's a weird it's a weird thing. Yeah, at 2 a.m. at 2 p.m. I have the previous day's news and stuff. So I see the argument there, Arthur Dia, but I don't. I think that. Go ahead.
I gave talking about the structure and all. I gave Glenn some compliments last night, as a matter of fact, because he does a really good job as host. He typically keeps the flow going pretty well. There's very little silence. He doesn't allow a whole lot of talking over. Depending on panel sizes, of course, and what's going on. I mean, there's a time and a place for that type of thing. But when he's having a serious conversation or whatever, he actually calls on people, so he gives everybody their time, because you do have people that'll step up and they're going to be timid. They don't do this a lot. They don't do this often, right? And they Cat's one of them that just raising her hand, like instead of just micing up and saying something, right? And there's a lot of people like that. That's not digging on her. There's a lot of people like that. So, being able to recognize, oh, this person down there hasn't said anything, been able to get in a while. Well, it may just be because they're timid or whatever. So being able to recognize that and call on them and say, hey, okay, let's hold on, because so-and-so, we're going to bring so-and-so in here, see what they think, but there's so many balls in the air with this too. And that's what behind the scenes, the average viewer or listener out there doesn't realize, that you've got 4 or 5 tabs open and running multiple screens, and you're watching the chat, and then you got to be active in the conversation and listen to what other people are saying, and you got to bring people up, and you got to play videos, and you got to do all of this stuff all at one time. If you're doing it by yourself. Now, if you have a team, right? Something like Brian on whatever obviously has folks that help him out and manage and do behind the scene things, and of course the Fresh and Fit guys and multiple other streams and podcasts and stuff as well have that. They have a team. But when you're a one-man show, it's tough, even with you may not think that the average viewers you get are that good, but for a one-man show, it's a handful building, what are you getting? I mean, 80 to 100 a lot of times or something.
Yeah, most of the time I have between 50 and 100, which is, and the swing
Yeah,
generally,
yeah.
the swing generally is,
not counting raids, of course. You're always going to get bumps.
yeah,
raids,
not, yeah.
but,
I'm just talking about just organically.
yeah,
I'll get somewhere.
Well, even the
between
low end, right? Even 50. I mean, that's a lot to manage by yourself. And it doesn't. It's less to do with the number of people watching than the number of people chatting and how vibrant and active the chat is, and that makes it even more difficult. So, I'm there with you, man. I know what you're.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing because, like, one of the reasons why I'm trying to expand my audience is because I share audience with Glenn and Speakeasy and Andrew. And so on Friday night, when everybody has a show, Sarah over at Flying Tomato or whatever, Raging Tomato, whatever the fuck it is, Sarah, everybody's on tonight. And so it's hard to draw anybody. Like, I'm happy if I have 30 or 40 people in the consistently, just because I know the lion's share is going to, to whatever the hot deal that night, whether it's verbal combat, whether it's Andrew's got a debate going, or he's doing a TikTok raid or whatever. So I don't get discouraged when I look up and I see, that we have 35 people, because we've had 35 people for almost the entire show. And that's okay on a Friday night, right? Like, when we have a lot of stuff going on. Saturday nights tend to be a little calmer, and I expect higher numbers on Saturday, which is why I do a Friday and Saturday night show. And in theory, I probably should do a Sunday night show, because that's another place where I wouldn't be fighting other content creators.
Right.
The
Sunday night can be a good night.
Yeah, I think Sunday night has potential. I haven't done it yet, because typically that's been a like, I don't know, it's been a busy night for me, but we'll see how that works. And I've gotten a message that says, I need more opposition on the panels, and I get it, where, people want to see conflict. They want to see a little bit of debate back and forth, but there's already 20 debate channels, or 30 or 40 or 100 debate channels, and I don't need to be another one. I would rather be, I would rather not be a debate channel. I also,
well, if you offer something different, you give people that are tired of that and want to break a different place to go.
Yeah. And I probably ought to do Sunday night and do like a pre-show for, like Arthur and I is saying, a pre-show for the whatever podcast, because I can't stay awake long enough to do the after show for sure. And that actually might be a good idea. That actually that holds merit. I may have to look into that. But this is just kind of the thing, right? Like, I don't want to be another debate channel. I don't want to be another self-help channel. This is what I'm doing right now, is kind of the direction I want to go. I want I want to be a solid information, exchange of ideas, discussion. I want to be a solid discussion channel. With a little bit of news thrown in, a little bit of opinion pieces, a little bit of everything kind of swapped in. I don't really have any interest, and I just don't have any interest in being a debate channel or whatever. Just because, I don't.
Well, I appreciate what, a lot of what you do, as well as Jake and as well as Glenn, because it gives me the opportunity a lot of times to talk about things that would be absolutely detrimental if I tried to do a live on my channel and talk about things like that. So, it's a really great melting pot, if you will, where I think that as you move forward, you probably will find people from other niches that will come over. You know what I mean? Because they're looking for a place to hang out that's different than the what they're messing with all day as a creator in their space. So it's a really nice break, so to speak.
Yeah, so there's a couple of comments that the chat. You guys are being awesome tonight. I gotta be honest with you. So here's the thing. Stepfire is right. I have had people who do not agree with me come on the show. The problem is they don't want to come on the show typically. I ask and I say, hey, you're welcome to come on the show, but here are the rules, right? We're not going to turn it into a debate. If you try to turn it into a debate, I'm just going to stop the show. Don't say it's a debate and then or say it's not a debate and then, start a debate all prepped out. I understand the tactic. It's not my first day on the internet. And let's just, be good faith. And they won't show up. It's very difficult to get them to show up because what they want is to tell you that it's not going to be a debate. And
they'd come over and want
who raided? Did we get raid?
I haven't seen anything. Did the numbers jump?
No. Arthur Dias said raid.
Yeah, they're so or there's another thing that happens with that. There's Stepfire out there too with the whole contention or whatever. If you bring people in that are just rank and file, don't really have a channel, they're the viewers out there that want to call in and do their opinions or whatever. They don't understand the creator sphere. They don't understand the back and forth respect as colleagues and creators, whether that might be terms of service, whether that might, the flow of the show, or, Grid runs his panel, or at least you're at least figuring it out at this point, a certain way, and wants a certain flow, and wants, certain rules of the room, so to speak. And, you have anybody that comes in has to be able to respect that and navigate that properly. And quite often when you get somebody in and the contention gets too great, that starts to fall apart and you have a shit show. And I've seen that over and over and over and over and over on live streams. And I'm not talking about over here, though I have seen it over here, but over I don't even know how many years I've been doing live stream panels and stuff like that, probably 10 years easy at this point. I've just seen it repeatedly. And so that's one of the reasons that I typically will participate in other people's panel discussions, but I don't actually do any. And I actually did do a panel discussion for about 3 years or so. And it was, but the people that I had on were super vetted, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I knew I could trust them and all of this. It wasn't somebody that I just met yesterday, or, somebody that, God forbid, somebody that pops up in the chat that I've never seen before asking for a link.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
that
we're pretty
just didn't happen.
Weird about that.
And even then it was occasionally problematic. And so that's why I don't even do that type. I just do, one-on-one sit down conversation type thing now. It's more laid back. It's more relaxed. And the biggest thing, it's more appealing and it's easier on the ears for the podcast world, because at least with my niche, hour long, 2 hour, 3 hour long content, crap like that, like my niche, people don't watch that shit like that. They just don't. And so podcast people are used to that. They're used to listening for an hour or two on the way to work or something like that. So I don't want it to become a shit show, because I need it to be palatable for the audio listener. And just a one-on-one type, or maybe a one-on-two. Occasionally there'll be 2 people I'll bring in from a company or with an organization or something like that. And that's fine. because it's just a laid back conversation. But
Yeah, it's an interesting.
Contention can cause a problem, a lot of problems, I guess, is the short of that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because so what I'm trying to do really is I really do want to have an interview. Well, actually, I don't actually even care to have an interview type show, to be honest with you. I would rather have a show along the lines of what, and I use this example all the time, Rush Limbaugh did, where I do a 2 to 3 hour show. It's good content and people just listen to it because they want to listen to it. That's what I would rather have. I like having guests on, which, Limbaugh never really did. I think Trump was his only guest, right? Is he the only person ever actually went on the show?
Yeah, I couldn't say, to be honest. I've never listened to every single
he didn't have very many, if any. So I would rather have it just more of a radio show, style format and visual than anything else. And that's really what I'm aiming for. However, I understand I need guests. I need to have, I need to generate a content in the space that makes sense. And so I understand that. And I'm willing, I go on other people's shows. They come on my show. I do, I prefer to have an interview format or a discussion roundtable kind of format rather than a debate. And I think I'm going to stick to that. And it seems to be working for me so far. Really what I would like to, accomplish is, I would like the show to get bigger. I would obviously, I don't want to, I don't do things to fail or be mediocre at them. But I would,
you could always segment your stuff. So figure out, okay, I'm going to do 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
First hour, I'm going to do a one-on-one interview with a guest, right?
Yeah.
And then
it's funny you say that.
And then second hour, it's like, okay, I'm going to open it up to a panel, right? But have your just like any news or whether it's Fox or CNN or whatever, they've got their list of contributors, right? So like have your list of contributors,
right?
For the most part, and then that makes it really easy to take those segments and break them down individually if you wanted to play around. Because if you're talking about growing, there's room there, of course, to do that. Hashtag Joe Rogan in the audio podcast world. So you could very easily break those 2 segments out, and that would give you 2 podcasts in the audio world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the third hour, take it members only.
Right.
And so at that point, you can bring members
up.
You can bring members up. You could do other things, right? But then that would give your members some added perk and benefit as well. So, for say a 3 hour show, I think that would be something along those lines.
Yeah. So it's funny you say that because tonight was supposed to be about a 30-minute monologue, and then Slop would be on. And then I honestly didn't expect him to stay on that long, because then my second guest was supposed to come in about an hour into it. So a half hour, and we would probably, anyway, it was supposed to be a pretty good show tonight. The problem with that is I can't count on guests as yet. So I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah. And that's an interesting dynamic. We get the comment here by Are We Not Men? It's harder. That's harder to do though, because all the content is reliant on you, right? And I'm not afraid of things being hard. I don't have any issue sitting up here and monologue. I can monologue for 2 or 3 hours. Just give me a subject to do it on. And I would just rather. Good night. Believe in yourself. We'll see you.
Good night.
Tomorrow night, I guess. This will be my next show's tomorrow night. But the monologuing, you know, there's a ton. I mean, there's so much content out there. I don't really need to. I really don't feel like I need to bring some. I don't feel like I should need. That's the right word. Should need to bring somebody else on to help create content. What I like to do though is I like to bring other people on to hear their story or to hear their take on something or to discuss their point and kind of counterpoint their point. So in that aspect of it, then having them there to help create that content, help move that show along is very good. But I'm like I said, I'm always refining the show, and it'll constantly be refined. And
it will evolve. It will perpetually evolve. I mean, it has to. It's just the way it goes.
And I have but I've already, I have rules for the panel, and I rarely break them. Like, I really like to have no more than 4. Usually, if we have 6 on a panel, that's like a big deal.
Depends on who the 6 is, but 6 can be smooth depending on who it is.
Right. 6 can
and
be
it's
okay.
It's more who's on the panel than how many.
Right.
Is what I usually find.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly it.
And again, that goes back to the folks out there. And if your ears are burning, then I'm probably fucking talking about you. But that goes to some of the folks out there that do pop in, and it's like understand that this is a back and forth, and so we don't need to be talking over each other. We don't, and for God's sakes, have good audio. Get your audio issues about halfway in order.
Right.
You're going to jump on a panel.
Yeah, that's it exactly, man. Are We Not Men responds again or inputs again, not respond. I just barely started. I'm doing way better than most. Man, hey, thank you for that. I really
think so.
I really appreciate that. I actually now have people who are like, how long have you been doing this? And I said, well, I've only really been doing it for about 3.5 months, but I did start back in January. I just took like a month or a month or 2 months. I didn't make any videos at all.
Right.
And
I said, right.
Yeah. And so I just kind of morphed into or it kind of beat a path to this. And I'm really about to, because I'm gonna wrap early tonight, like really early, like 2 hours early. But like an hour and a half, but exactly, just started. You have a solid base. A solid base is the most important thing. The evolution will happen naturally. We appreciate you. Yeah, I agree with it happening naturally, but I think there are things that you can do to accelerate things. And just like the Crucible, part of that is going on bigger shows, right? And gaining part of their audience. I'm really, really trying to go on.
That's harder said than done.
Access Vegas and let's see, other one.
Just a warning. That's harder said than done.
It is.
Don't get discouraged by it. What I tell people with this is you collaborate for the sake of the collaboration, and the cross pollination of the value to your individual audiences. And then if you gain out of it, or whatever, that's fucking great. But don't go into it with any expectations. And here's why I say that: as big as whatever is, as big as Brian is, and I've known this forever. I'm no newbie when it comes to YouTube tactics and other things. And I've been on podcasts and live streams with million subscriber channels, and you see my numbers. So my numbers didn't grow because of it. But on whatever, Andrew was like 2,000 subs or something away from 100,000. And Brian did looked at his Rumble and YouTube viewers, which was like 16,000 total viewers or something, and did an actual call to action for them to push Andrew over 100,000, and they couldn't, and they couldn't do it. They ended that show because I was watching because I was curious, and they ended that show with 16,000 basically live viewers across 2 platforms, and they couldn't get 2,000 to cross over with a direct call to action and a direct goal, not just go subscribe to Andrew, but go help him get over 100,000, which is the silver play button, which is a big fucking deal, right? And so even with that major call to action,
What are the play buttons? I don't know.
100, a million, and 10 million, I think. 100 million and 10 million, maybe, or 100, a million, 10 million, and 100 million, something along that lines. But
Okay.
the two that are the most common are obviously the silver and the gold, which is 100,000 and a million. But keep this in mind, because there's a lot of people that talk shit about your sub counts, and they'll give you a lot of shit over that. There's way more to this game than arbitrary numbers on a screen. So to put this in perspective, and you've shot competitively, and you've raced cars, you would be happy with being within the top 10% of all shooters in the world, would you not?
Oh yeah, 100%.
The top 10% of the race car drivers in the world. You'd be happy, right?
Sure, absolutely.
At 10,000 subscribers, you are within the top 10% of YouTube channels.
Wow.
So keep that in perspective moving forward.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing, right? Like
people that talk shit about 12 or 15,000 sub channels or something like that, like, come on.
Well, so here's an interesting dynamic, right? Like, so when well, first of all, I'm a competitive person in very specific ways, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to say that I'm, like a competitive weightlifter guy.
You just got a competitive nature.
That's
pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious. Yeah.
Right. Like I'm not.
And obviously that's a manly thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think
it's a masculine trait.
Sure. Yeah. I'm very competitive in very specific ways, and mostly against myself. Like I don't.
Oh yeah.
It's not that I'm out there to beat you specifically. Beating you is just a metric I can use to prove to myself that I did a good job. Right. Like that's really the kind of the way that I look at it.
Right.
So it's an interesting deal. And so I have this whole thing in my head. The way this is going to play out, or the way I hope it plays out, is I can gain not market share, but yeah, basically market share. I can gain enough market share to be, to continue to grow at a reasonable rate and continue to generate more and more revenue. Now I'm not actually sure how that metric, what I need to do with that metric. I'm honestly, I'm kind of up in the air about that. But in my mind, I just want my analytics to stay really good, right? And so like my analytics are really pretty good, and I want them to stay that way, right? Like, and that's probably the most important thing, is just keeping the engagement, keeping the watch hours, keeping the percentages balanced. Because I think you're right. People get really wrapped up in sub count and sub drives and all of that, and they forget that it's all of those other metrics that really count if you're going to measure your success, right? And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to measure success. And so as long as my analytics are good, I've been pretty relaxed about it. But yeah,
Well,
man,
watch time's tied to getting more traffic to the channel,
Yeah.
whereas views are tied more to the YouTube ad monetization aspect of things. So
Yeah.
everything kind of has its own little thing. But it depends on the ultimate goal of the channel and stuff too. There may be folks out there thinking about starting a channel, like maybe Mr. Boulet's a good example with his coin channel or something. Maybe
Yeah.
you're starting a channel that's not like this one, and I encourage you to get a grasp on the metrics, those metrics and those numbers, because depending on the niche, you can do some crazy things and honestly even make a living with 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers. If you've got the right subscribers, it can happen. I see it a lot. There's a lot of channels that do that.
Yeah, there and you and I can talk, in more detail about some of the things that I have kind of in mind, but just because it's not really it's going to get even more boring to the people watching. But yeah, I mean it's an interesting. YouTube's very interesting. It's a very interesting dynamic. It's a very interesting environment, and I don't know. I'd really, if I could get to, like, honestly, man, if I could get to, I feel like even if I had like 10 or 15,000 subs, but I was having, but I was pulling, like, per show, I was pulling 4,000 view. Like, if I could pull 30% of my subs average, I would be super happy. I'd be like ecstatic, honestly.
It's hard to do. It's very hard to do.
It is very hard to do. So, but
most channels do good to pull 10% or 5%.
Yeah.
But I would like, we're talking about averages. You're always going to have one-offs and different things that are going to, that are going to kick up, and a lot of that depends on the topic, and it just depends on, lightning has to strike. You've caught a majority of people when time's off, the view velocities and the watch times in that live early have peaked. YouTube's recommending it more.
Yeah,
it's bringing in new people. It's just this,
right? And all of that's
it's a cocktail. Yeah, it's a cocktail of a lot of different things, and it's really hard to duplicate it every single time.
It's all related to the analytics, and that's I don't obsess with. I check them like once a week. I know guys that check them every day already, which is weird to me, but I just, I feel like, I feel like you got to have goals, right?
See, the thing with Arthur Dye's pointing it out, but the thing with Andrew, from what I've been watching, is saying that he pulls 2,000 to 4,000 live viewers, and he's over 100,000. Here's the thing that's interesting, if you think about that, though, he was pulling close to that at half that subscriber count. So he's doubled his subscribers, and just from what I'm seeing a lot on his numbers, the live viewer average doesn't seem to have went up as much as his subscriber count has went up, right? And again, I'm not one like fuck the numbers. I mean, it's he's kicking ass over there, so it's absolutely, my opinion, it's never really about the numbers, but that's just an indication that it doesn't really matter. Could be he'd be doing just as good with 50 or 75,000 or something subscribers, and I think the answer to that's yes, he can. He could be doing just as good.
Right. Good evening, Serene. Thanks for coming in. Welcome, Briar Wolf. We're getting some people in here. Just
we are. Now the good thing about Andrew getting over the 100K, and the more he gets, the more invites he will get to other things, the more clout it looks. You know what I mean?
Right.
That is for him to be able to break into other spaces and spread the message and the mission and all of that stuff. So It's
Yeah,
not without it's not without benefit. That's not what I'm saying.
sure.
It's just it doesn't look like it's affected his overall active viewership that much.
Right. Well, and it's like Arthur Dye, whatever has I think are 3.5 million subscribers, but and they do only get 5 to 8, well, only 5 to 8,000 viewers per show, but it's a weird time slot for most people, and it's kind of an interesting. I think it's kind of an interesting deal, and
Yeah.
so
Well, time slots and all of that shift around so much that it's more important to be consistent with something like that than it is to try to move it around, hit a moving target, right? Just be
right,
consistent, and then people will come to you.
right, and
There's a
that's
reason.
why I have
There's a
been.
reason that X TV show came on every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock for years and years and years. It was conditioning, right?
Right,
And
and that's what I try really hard to do. Like by now, most people should know that I'm going to have a day shift podcast.
Yeah,
1 o'clock, or pardon me, noon Central Standard Time to 3 every Monday and Thursday, and every Wednesday, Saturday, or Friday. Every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, I'm going to have my standard evening podcast that start at 8:05 Central Standard Time. So when I don't start late. Like I make it a point to start on time every time. I hit my I have a 20-minute intro reel. It's partially it's to fill the chat, but it's partially to, if I'm running just a little late, I can just walk in, hit the button, the intro reel starts playing. I can get the cameras set. I can get the mic set. I can get everything checked to make sure everything's working. And I don't have to look at what's going on for that 20 minutes. And by the time that, the 20 minutes is up, I'm set. I'm ready to go. Everything's cool. And
Yeah.
I don't look like a complete fucking moron. Streamlabs.
So I do typically. I've got about maybe 30 seconds, and then I will. I've got to clean in my regular seasons anyway. For sure, I've got to clean house, and I try not to eat up more than about 5 minutes or so, somewhere between that 5 and 10 minutes range, closer to the 5, before I bring a guest in. And I catch hell all the time on YouTube in replay with how long it is before we got to the guest. Like, I turned it off. I couldn't wait. And I'm like, you dumbass, you couldn't scrub forward. All you got to do is hit the little thing, click it with your mouse or your finger, and pull it forward a little bit. It's not that fucking difficult. But anyway, the point is, I get a lot of complaints about that. Now, that's edited out. I'm edited out and everything. And even if it's not, I don't have a problem with that in the audio podcast world, which is my ultimate goal, right? So I could care less if the people on YouTube complain about it, because that's not where my viewership lies with the long form. But what I was going to say is, I say that to say, with your intro, your 20-minute intro, like, holy shit, I might as well not go live. I was going to put that up, But I do that. I try to pad that time at the first for the exact reason you're talking about, that you run your intro, is because it gives people time to potentially get a notification, realize what time it is, get in the chat, that sort of thing. Because that's especially important in a and the replay viewers don't get that, right? Because they're clicking it and it's in fucking replay, so it doesn't matter. They're not gonna miss anything, right? But if you're showing up live and maybe you're a little behind, or oh crap, this is old, but I got to go to the bathroom or something, and then you jump in and you're 5 minutes behind in the conversation, right? Well, what
Yeah.
are the choices that you've got as a viewer or a listener live? You've got two choices. Number one is you just suck it up and you miss the conversation. Well, that fucking sucks because inevitably I'm going to get questions that the guest has already answered 3 times. You know what I mean? By somebody who wasn't there. Or you could back up, right, as a viewer, start from the beginning, and at that point you're behind in the chat. So everything you're chatting about in the chat is something that happened 5-10 minutes ago. So it's you were talking about that balance earlier, and it really is it's a balancing game that you got to try to play for all the different types of viewers and all the different types of platforms. And ultimately, you're not going to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
So you got to
I
figure out what
originally
works and run with it.
Yeah, so I originally started with like a 40-minute intro reel, and that's too long. People come in, they realize the show doesn't start, even though they got the notification, they leave, they forget, and then they don't come back. So 20 minutes seems to be the sweet spot where people just come in and they'll just hang out, or they'll leave it open and they'll go get a bite to eat, or they'll go do whatever. And that 20 minutes, the chat fills up, people start chatting and kind of joking around with each other. It's like the movies, right? Like you have that, the preview reels, right? And so that's yeah.
Yep.
It's a good thing. So the the 20 minutes seems about right, and that's and I didn't come up with that. I'll thank Mr. E over at the Crucible for the 20-minute kind of figure. It's not like I am that smart and I just figured it out.
Right.
But
I was thinking about taking mine out to about 10 or 15 this next season.
It depends on how many people actually watch live, right? Like, you need
Again,
it to be. Yeah, you need it to be according to this. According to what I'm figuring out is, you need it long enough for people to come in and like you were saying, they come in, get up, make sure they're logged into the right subscription and they've got everything set, and then maybe they go get a drink and come back, or maybe they whatever it is that they're like kind of post, or whatever it is that they do, and then they'll start chatting and start bantering and going back and forth and all of that, and the next thing you know, it's time to start the show. So like I said, it's not like I came up with it. It just seems to be the sweet spot, and I like it. Like I said, it gives me enough time to where if I am actually running late, I can just hit the start button and it'll just sit there and play in the background, and I don't have to do anything except make sure my cameras are on, make sure that everything's focused, make sure that everything is set right. And
and that's an issue for me. That's one of the reasons that I've refrained from running any type of extensively long like intro thing like that, because let's say I've got a guest. Well, I often have a lot of industry people, things like that, and so they'll come in, they'll get there 10 or 15 minutes ahead of time, right? Which would be about the time the intro would start, and we would not have time to troubleshoot audio issues, video issues, other things before the intro. And then I've got to start a 10-minute or 15-minute intro that their time is valuable. And so now they've got to sit there through a 10 or 15-minute intro before we can ever technically start, right? And so there's some time logistics there that I've been wrestling with, again, for this new season coming up.
Yeah. I mean, I think immediately I'd like to, while I'm out in Vegas, there's a couple of podcasts I'd like to get on out there. Another person I was hoping to either be on their show or have them on my show. Maybe that'll happen this coming week. And while I'm out in before I go to Vegas, preferably. And then when I'm in Vegas, I'm bringing I actually just set up a complete setup to I set up with I have a complete packable setup that does my camera, my mic stand, the light, everything I need to do a reasonable quality podcast in a hotel room. Right.
Right. Yeah.
And so and I just tested that this evening and made sure everything works great, and everything, it's easy to set up, it's easy to take apart, it fits in my carry-on. Although I don't think I can. I have to check it. I don't think I can take it in the carry-on because it's steel tubing and stuff. But we'll see. I don't know. But once I get that stuff kind of done, should be easy enough to stream while I'm out in Vegas or anywhere else. And I'm trying, and I can do the same thing from Oshkosh. I can do the same thing from anywhere I go in the country. If I'm in New York, at the apartment there, if I'm in, if I'm out at the lake house, whatever. And again, it's just that consistency, being able to provide a consistent show, not in my studio, means something, So,
yeah.
And
Right.
planning, man, it's all about the planning, right? It's all about the planning, and then the execution is easy when you make the good plans.
Right.
The execution becomes just a simple matter of doing what you need to do.
Yeah.
And, I know it's really boring for a lot of people to listen to, and I apologize if you guys are all super bored. Cam the King, reach out to me, man, and let me know if that guy wants to be on the show. That's pretty good. I guess we've got a troll coming in. That's fine.
It looks like it.
I'm going to call it a little early tonight. Actually, right at an hour and a half to 2 hours early.
Flatline it, man. Flatline it.
Yeah, and I'm going to send you guys over to Verbal Combat. You guys need to get pumped up a little bit, and it looks like they're having a good time over there. So, you guys get off my lawn and go have a good time over at Verbal Combat. See ya.